have you attended the media summit? Just want to find out. Maybe it's your first time. It's okay. Just want to find out. It's your second time? Maybe it's been 3 times. First time, 100%. This is good. Media Council, well done. First time, first time, first time, first time, first time. First time, 100%. 100%. 4 times, fantastic, 20%. How many times? How many times? 4 times, twice, okay. How many times? 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 First time, first timers. First timers, that's good. First timers. First timers, 70%. That's good. First timers, 81%. First timers. And this gives us a clue of how we need to speak, especially for panelists who've been here more than once, twice. We have 74% of participants today joining the summit for the first time. Before I close, I'm going to put him on the spot, but I just want to find out why he feels this event is important. Please talk to us. Good to see you. Tafadhali tuzungumzie, mbona hafla hii ni ya maana kwako? Umepatikana leo pia. Tuzungumzie, makofi yake tafadhali.
Naitwa Paul Nabiswa. Hafla hii ni muhimu kwa sababu inatuleta wanahabari wote pamoja na tunajadili masuala muhimu kuhusu sekta hii ya wanahabari. Nashukuru sana.
Asante sana Paul Nabiswa. Mpigieni makofi tafadhali. Asante sana kwa kuja. It's a great platform that brings all of us together. So ladies and gentlemen, let me see the statistics again. We now want to set the context ready. Let's have the screen, the presentation. Let's have the presentation. Let's have the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now, to set the context for us straight and give us an overview of this summit, please welcome.
He is a communications and media trainer and specialist with interests in media relations, message development, advocacy campaigns, social mobilization, and behavior change communication. He deputizes the Chief Executive Officer at the Media Council of Kenya, the leading self-regulatory statutory institution for media in Kenya. Please welcome Media Council of Kenya Media Training and Development Director, Mr. Victor Bwire.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Huyo ni mimi. Good morning once more, colleagues. On behalf of the Media Council of Kenya, where I work, colleagues, the CEO, Bwana Omoyo, our commissioners led by William, the chairperson of the Complaints Commission, Commissioner Duma here, Colleagues from the ITP program where I am an alumni, the first group. Obviously, our colleagues, alumni consists of colleagues from Sweden, from Zambia, Zimbabwe, Uganda, my second home. Sevo, Cambodia, Sevo. Obviously, Tanzania, kaka sijui yuko wapi yule kaka wa Tanzania. And other colleagues, obviously Kenya, represented in a big way. Nearly 25 members, I think, or so from Kenya. So we have had a very big representation in the ITP program. Colleagues from the Media Council of Kenya, where I work, obviously who have been working tirelessly. I can see the Executive Director of Media Council of Tanzania, Bwana Kajubi Mkajanga, coming in, who is the President of the East African Press Councils that will be launched in Arusha later in the month. Obviously coming in. Obviously, Daktari George, a lecturer who taught me something in Makerere, now at the African Center for Media Excellence. I'm sure karibu sana. I can see Charles Bichachi, who was my editor at the Monitor. I worked at the Monitor for some times in Uganda. So karibu sana. Charles is the public editor for Monitor newspaper in Uganda, or the NMG family in Uganda. I know Peter Mwaura, the public editor for NMG Nairobi, is also here. Peter Mwaura, senior, I think. So quite a number of colleagues. And then obviously Linda from the Editors Guild, Paul Abiswa, mwenye alikuwa mkuu wa kitengo, lakini sasa tujui kitengo iko barabarani ama ni wapi. But karibu sana. From Tanzania, office of the spokesperson of the presidency, ako pale nyuma, hataki kuonekana, lakini Buddha, namba tutachukua, manake Tanzania lazima tupige simu. Kwa hivyo colleagues, I can see Fatima from Internews regional office, obviously based in Nairobi, but we have just come from Tanzania for some programs there. So quickly, obviously we have already started, because all that we have been consuming since morning, led by my colleague Mwakazi, was all media freedom. So media freedom has been here for those of us who have been attending the ITP program. We started discussions on Sunday evening, and they continue going on. Shortly we'll be joined obviously by the chief guest, but we are all chief guests. Obviously the thinking has been that there must be a high table, but all of us, we are guests and we are chief guests. Now, World Press Freedom Day is being marked within the context, like Linda said, 30 years for marking the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Major celebrations are happening in New York. I know in Africa, the extension of some of this will happen in Zambia next week. So a number of colleagues will be going to Zambia. Last time on the African continent, it was in Namibia, and Namibia was a huge reflection on where the press freedom actually day started. If those of you who have read about the Windhoek Declaration, is the mother of the World Press Freedom Day. It was started by African editors, actually. So a lot of innovations and things happen on the continent. But like we say most of the time, when I was listening to Prof yesterday in your presentation on content regulation and moderation, it's a debate we have been having on this continent. We were in Paris about 3-4 weeks ago with the UNESCO, people discussing these issues. But we never sit as group to celebrate what we have achieved. A number of things happen in this continent. But we fill our books with the book of lamentation. And many times we lament to an extent that we forget even the little we have achieved. And we always think solutions will come from elsewhere. But a lot is happening within that sector. A lot has happened in the media scene, both in Kenya and other neighboring countries. For the first time, you are aware in Kenya, the Constitution provides media freedom and freedom of expression. The articles we have mentioned, 33, 34, and 35. The articles then move forward to do the actualization of Article 34, 35. And then you have now the Media Council of Kenya, you have Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, you have the Kenya Information Amendment Act. They all actualize the Article 34, 33, 34, and 35. We have the Access to Information Act of 2016 and the related provision of the Public Participation Act that in all sense obviously continue to enhance that. At the international level, you are aware Kenya is a signatory both to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which has the specific article in Article 19. We are also signatory to ICCPR, International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, Article 19. We are signatory to the African Charter for Human and People's Rights, Article 9. That then has been domesticated, obviously, in those 33, 34, 35 locally. Kenya is reporting through the SDG. If you read the SDG 16A on security, we have made a very comprehensive report as a country to the UN on SDGs. In fact, we have a whole we have a media awards on SDGs for the country where journalists are competing on who writes best. Under the UPR, the Universal Periodic Review, again, Kenya has made and it has been reviewed many times at the UN Human Rights, again, where there's a whole chapter on media freedom and access to information and protection of human rights defenders, where journalists again fall. So those are discussions that just shows how we have come. 2014, we migrated the digital migration for the TV. Our CA, our Communication Authority of Kenya colleagues are here. We are already working on the digital migration in radio. So we'll be soon doing, and we'll be one among the first countries in the world to move to do a digital migration in the radio. But we rarely speak about that. Again, pioneer other things that are happening with the digital migration. I think Kenya has been hosting some of the offices for Google, Facebooks, but which are always missing in action when discussions happen around some of these discussions, including content regulation and moderation and platform liabilities. They will never come for meetings. But that just shows you, within the expansion, the Media Council has done a study which was supposed to be released today, but obviously because of other quality assurance reasons, we are not releasing it today. But it's purely a national study on the perception by Kenyans on press freedom. How do Kenyans, while Reporters Without Borders, Freedom House International rank Kenya, but we did a local study just to see how do Kenyans feel about press freedom in this country. And the studies and the findings in terms of trends per the 47 counties is that generally people feel there's press freedom in the country, irrespective of some of those challenges we mentioned. And why do that happen? The space has grown. Kenya currently has 220 radio stations. Locally, we have 135 TV stations. That's on air. We have nearly 100 publications. Over now 2,000 blogs. We have nearly 22 million Kenyans with Android phones. That means they can access internet-enabled information. With nearly 18 million Kenyans on WhatsApp, nearly 12 million Kenyans on Facebook, and nearly 8 million Kenyans on YouTube, about 4 million Kenyans on Instagram. And again, that tells you that the media scene is growing. You notice we are talking about media, not journalism per se. We are talking about media in its both, and we are gradually now obviously leaving out the issue of traditional or liberty media and new media, because what has happened, and I know there will be a panel later in the day, is the issue of converged newsrooms, that you can never now talk about online media, because almost all media have both online, most of them have now online and offline. I mean, so that for Nation, for example, one of their leading products is the nation.com, africa.com, which is a global, online. So you see a lot of adopting, because the news processing, gathering, and dissemination has changed big time, and now obviously media houses have embraced that. We nearly have about 15,000 media workers. That's including journalists, media practitioners, and media workers that are accredited. We nearly have 47 colleges that teach journalism in this country. Again, you start also noticing some of the trends is that online media obviously competing big time with traditional media. Newspapers obviously suffering since the COVID-19 and the ban on print and newspaper. People have not come back fully. Karibuni sana. We'll see our guests, led by Secretary General KUJ, Eric Oduor, the CEO Media Council of Kenya, David Omoyo, the Chairman of the Complaints Commission, William Okech, our colleagues from the Deputy Director, Content Regulation and Communication Authority of Kenya, Fred Ambani, Professor Guy Hubert from UNESCO Regional Office. I can see Pamela Sitoni yeye mwenyewe, wampigie makofi kidogo. Pam mwenyewe. Pam is the executive editor from Nation Media Group. Mwandishi ambaye ana ukakamavu, sio? Paul wansemaje? Kiswahili kidogo inanichanganya. Uzoefu. Mhariri mzoefu. Tulikuwa pia na press day wa Editors Guild Beda, mbona ama na kidogo tuko na chairperson. Hii industry iko na maneno chairperson wa Media Owners of Association Agnes mwenyewe, karibu sana. This is the newly elected chairperson of the Media Owners Association. Sasa mnajua kuna media owner katika room. Patience Nyange mwenyewe anakanyaga hapa, namuona executive director Amwik. Karibu sana. Karibu sana Agnes, karibu sana. Juzi katika uchaguzi wa wahariri tulipata the executive board yote ya our ladies. Now you can see the chairperson of the media owners, dada pale. Sasa mnaona ile gender, ile mambo ya 2/3 gender rule, manake inaingiana, sio? Bila sheria, bila kungangana bunge, bila kupigana, lakini strategy, sio? Wanawai moja kwa moja. Kwa hivyo tumefurahi, karibuni sana. Once you settle, yes. So as it were, the press freedom thinking, one of the major things obviously away from that seem to have preoccupied the people so much is about media regulation. But media regulation is just one of the many aspects of media freedom. If you looked at the other things, that the key things that people, the bread and butter things that journalism and the media industry is dealing with, obviously, is the issue of reduced revenue, which obviously has a big impact on media practice. If revenues have reduced for whatever reason, either poor management of media houses, either the digital impact of people migrating to advertise online, the global economic recession, COVID, effects of COVID. So the reason for poor economic performance is not one, it's two, it's a huge myriad of reasons. But that has had a huge impact in media practice, operational issues for media houses. We have now people who only have newsrooms in Nairobi. Bureau offices have closed down. So we are going back to elite information, that most of the news we are consuming is only from major towns. What happens then when media houses are sacking correspondents, laying off people who would bring news from the counties and from the villages? So that's a major thing that we must obviously start dealing with. We must obviously see the issue of people losing jobs at a very early age. An average age of an editor in Kenya is nearly now 32, 33 years of age. You work for 2 years, at the age of 38, you are already sacked. And what the companies do, they call you redundant. You know, once you are called redundant, it's a very huge tag that you work with in the rest of your life at the age of 32 with a master's degree in journalism, and you are working as a redundant person. It becomes terrible. I mean, so that's something that we must, even as we lose jobs, people must show, and the media owner, we must know how gently to lay off people, so that once we declare people redundant at that age, and yet maybe it's purely because of operational costs, then the whole life of a person is destroyed. So those are something we are dealing with. When we have lost nearly 600 journalists have lost jobs in this country. Media houses have closed down for whatever reason. So that as we talk about press freedom as an enabler for human rights, we need also to see if this space is reducing, then how is the actualization of human rights? So the issue of public interest journalism, we must relook at it. Public funding of media, because media are doing work of public nature. Bonambani, the issue of the Universal Access Fund and how it can support content. The issue of, I know media, SG, you have presented a consideration around starting a media support fund in Kenya, so that we can see the issue of engaging government to reduce taxes, on, for example, on print paper, on broadcast equipment, so that then, because that's what India has done, they reduce taxes on their broadcast, and print paper, and the price. Why does a newspaper cost 60 shillings in Kenya? 3/4 of that money goes to taxes. It's not money that goes back to the media houses. So those are some of the challenges that people are dealing, new business models that can run, so a myriad of things, but majorly things are doing well. We are happy we see our journalists, like tomorrow, Thursday, we are celebrating nearly 180 journalists who have done exceedingly well in various categories. We have seen Kenyan journalists competing with at CNN level, winning awards. That tells you, we have now masters and PhD holders in our newsroom. That tells you the high level. An average education for a Kenyan journalist is a first degree, age of 25, who are now in our newsrooms, which was not there some years back. So we have high quality resources that must be utilized. The growth of independent content producers, one of the major, again, characteristics of Kenyan media right now, there's a lot of journalism now being played outside the newsrooms, that we have now very strong independent content producers and journalists who are now even partnering and supporting mainstream media. So very innovative ways of dealing. The issue of safety and protection of journalists, key thing that we must deal, and with our maandamanos and the rest, we have seen what can happen even as we talk about press freedom, the constitutional protections, but how many people know about some of these things, and we see a lot of exposure of our journalists. So at that level then, I was just doing curtain raising. Sio? Was it good? Nilikuwa natengenezea wakubwa, you know. So then that's just an overall, but once more I want to appreciate colleagues. The ATP program, which was largely an international training program to help in thinking about media regulation and a democratic process. And one of our panelists today will be purely on role of media and responsibility in the democratization process. A lot of lessons we have learned, those of us who have in that program, of what is happening in other countries. We're not saying any country is bad or any country has a good system. We are all learning. The issue of media regulation is an emerging. President, uko na kiti, dada. Wamesema huwezi kukaa hapo sasa. That is what comes with some of those positions. Karibu sana dada. Karibu. This is the president of the Kenya Editors Guild, Zubeda mwenyewe. Karibu sana. Alishinda kura on Saturday. He's very new and fresh. Yeah, so he's still accepting gifts. Yes, he does. So colleagues, there was also discussion around media regulation, content regulation are very current. They have no answer. They have no textbook answer. They are all emerging. We are learning. And ambassador from EU, I know EU is leading in content regulation discussions, Digital Services Act. This is the ambassador for EU, and we are learning. We are in Brussels. And they also don't have a fixed answer, like Professor said. Some of these things are emerging, and law can never catch up with the innovation. So people are innovating. So we have also to go back and ask ourselves sometimes our culture and how did we deal with some things instead of running to the law all the time. So a lot of these things is learning, lessons, ongoing discussions. People are writing books all over on media regulation, content regulation. That is happening. So none of these countries has a perfect model. Each of us is learning from whatever, and each of our country has a culture and a tradition that some things can work in a country and the others might not work. So there's no country better than the other. So those are some of the things we have learned. So I want at this stage to welcome Mwakazi, who is the official MC for the function. So those of you who are here again, make sure that you get contacts from some of our colleagues. That's a sign that the permanent secretary, the principal secretary has arrived, so he must be received. So, you know, in Kenya we even launch people, so you must learn, you must learn the language. So they are receiving, who is our principal guest. As you are aware, the hotel is also hosting #1 of the country, has another event, and he could, and so you have seen some enhanced security, and just take #1 is His Excellency the President. He's in the hotel, but not for this function, for another function. Now, obviously, having listened to that, so we want to encourage more learning, more exchange, more of journalism is now moving towards transboundary joint productions, joint work, where Kenya journalists and Zambia journalists and Uganda can do a joint story on common public resources like Victoria. We share a lot of resources. So we are moving our journalism is no longer a one media thing. The issue of exclusives. A source will call you and tell you he's giving an exclusive story. He calls another media house. So tomorrow you all have a story and say exclusive, but you all have the same story. So that thing must end, that we must move towards now joint production, public interest journalism that goes beyond one media house, that goes beyond one journalist. And that's why people like Nation Media Group are starting foundations and others. Philanthropy journalism is now becoming one major source of revenues and joint production for media houses. So we must continuously engage, obviously aware that we must guard editorial discretion and independence, but some of these things are beyond just editorial, it's just beyond one media house. It's purely, if somebody is polluting Lake Victoria, which feeds 10 countries, do we say this is a story for Nation alone or Standard alone? It becomes, the media houses in East Africa must think about and say, do we give a public interest story around this? So colleagues, we'll have very nice discussions later, the 4 panels that will immediately follow this official opening. Most of you are panelists. We have joined. We have panelists from our sister countries, Uganda, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, who will join our colleagues. I'm sure we are joined by Honorable from Zimbabwe. Honorable, how are you? This is a Honorable from Zimbabwe. He was part of the ITP program. There, even ministers go to learn. It's not that once you are a minister, you don't learn. And he has been one of our ITP program, learning about media regulation and democratization process, which is a very welcome thing. He attends all classes. He's a very good student. And part of it, you are aware, Zimbabwe is also working on a media regulation system. So part of the lessons will be very critical for that country. So you obviously see. So colleagues, that's where we are. Reporters Without Borders, the latest ranking, they put Kenya at number 66, having improved from 100 and something. That's a big leap. From 101 to 66, we even surprised ourselves. But that's where we have been placed. But looking at the study Kenya Media Council will be releasing in terms of perception, because most of these studies look at the legal system. And we already have nearly 21 laws in Kenya that still affect press freedom. So again, this is still work in progress. The industry is engaging to have laws like the Official Secrets Act, the Books and Newspaper Act, a very old regulation still. Our Copyright Act has some issues, and other national security, anti-terrorism, the Prevention of Terrorism Act, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Quite a number of laws that do not relate to media but have very strong provisions. The National State Intelligence Act of 2012, the National Police Service Act, KDF Act of 2012. And I don't know why most of these laws are 2012. What had happened in 2012 in Kenya, I don't know. Most of these laws are 2012 laws. But people are engaging to see how, obviously, even the Media Council Act itself, it was made around the same 2013, it also have its own flaws that must, and as things move and improve, it must also be relooked because a number of things change. Regulation has moved. The way you look at our Media Council laws have made is we are reactive. A story somebody must breach a code of ethics for you to react. It's not proactive. Yet, and it's a police thinking that people must make a mistake, you arrest, take to complaints commission. But globally, people are now empowered. They are watching their phones. They are getting their material on phone in their bedrooms. How would you, as a media council, police them? So media councils are being forced to change their regulation models towards purely media information literacy, to have responsible consumer of content so that people self-regulate. You can see the idea of public editors is gaining ground, that media houses must be empowered to do their own internal regulation, so that at the council level is purely a supervisory level. The council is not the first call of where you report a complaint. Media houses must have internal systems of dealing, because regulators cannot catch up. If we are talking about 220 radio stations, when will a regulator employ such people to be monitoring every media house? So we are empowering media houses to also become their own internal regulators, so that the regulators then become second and third call of. So public editor idea is coming up very strongly across our country. I know Radio Africa Group has, Standard has, Nation has, so and we're encouraging more media houses to start public editors, because it will also help. Because we also notice a lot of people who work in media councils are not necessarily journalists. Media councils employ procurement officers, lawyers. I mean, not all, even at the board level, not all people are journalists. So to entrust that they will do everything well for the media also is a big of expectation. So the more strength is at the media level, internal media level, to have mechanisms of dealing with professional issues at a media level. Hey, bwana, nimeongea material imeisha, simuita wageni wakuje. Nimeongea hata maji hakuna, wacha nijaribu maji. Mimi nilikuwa najua ni 2 minutes curtain raiser, kumbe mama magumu hapa sio. So the issue of college training of journalists is becoming a major issue. That professionalism is global, and if you are not a trained person in whatever level, at what level do you call yourself a professional if you are not trained in anything? So even if you are a talented person, you must go back to professionalize, because the role of training is to professionalize. You must have been a talented journalist, a talented artist, but you must go and professionalize, so that then you become a professional. You are talent. That's why those of you who are suffering like Paul, when your small team was beaten last night, is that those are professionals. But as we remain playing village football forever, we don't professionalize. So karibu sana. Our PS, Professor Edward Kisiangani, is joining us. PS is Principal Secretary for State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunication. Karibu sana bwana PS. Karibu sana. So having reached there, you cannot speak. So nani Mwakazi, karibu sana.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Bwana Victor Bwire. Makofi yake nyingine tafadhali. Professionalism is now global. We must professionalize. It's an honor to be here, and as we celebrate this day, critical day, we also want to celebrate journalists who have come before us. And as we kick off officially, kindly allow me to just honor this one journalist who made it happen for me. And I still remember what she told me. Now, Johnson, as you walk into that television platform, always live as though there is always a camera on you. Let's have the presentation very quickly. Presentation quickly. You see, she taught me how to read news. She walked with me. But listen to what she had to say at one particular time about what we do today.
Positive attitude, how you feel about yourself, what you think, what you feed yourself, not only nutritionally, but also psychologically, and what you read, what you allow yourself to watch. These things all, determine what you will be tomorrow. What you ingest is what actually comes out. So that's why I say whatever you do today, please know it will reflect tomorrow.
Whatever you do today, please know it will reflect tomorrow. We're doing something big today, and I'd kindly request let us be upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem. It's an honor to be here alive once again, to be part of the transformation of not only our country, continent, but the world. Freedom of expression. Nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, na hatu ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. And since we have an online platform, please get your phone. Get your phone, get your phone, get your phone, get your phone. We're going to take a selfie with the person standing next to you and possibly the whole room. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take the selfie. Let's take the selfie. Take a selfie. Get your phone, get your phone. Take a selfie with the person standing next to you, with the whole room. Let's tell them we are here celebrating World Press Freedom Day. This is for everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, welcome. We celebrate your presence. Bwana Principal Secretary, asante sana kwa kuja. We appreciate your presence. Please take the selfie. Please take the selfie. This is important. Come on, come on. And turn around, make it happen. And we have a hashtag as well. All right, there we go. We have a hashtag. Please make sure once you take the selfie, you also post it. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Wow, this is good. Well done, well done. Once you're done, you can take your seat. The hashtag is simply WPFD23. WPFD23. Now, very quickly, please still hold on to your phone. We're going to have a quick session. Let's have Menti there. Let's have Menti, let's have Menti. So, we want to celebrate your presence and our chief guest. I want to appreciate Principal Secretary, Professor Edward Kisiangani. A big round of applause for him. Asante sana kwa kuja. We celebrate you. Thank you so much. Just look at the screen. Just look at the screen. We asked this question: how many times have you attended the Media Summit? And 76% are first-timers here. So it's important for us to also coin our conversations accordingly. We coin our conversations accordingly. But now onto the theme. I want you to consider this question. And if you're just joining right now, just go to www.menti.com. That's menti.com. You'll be asked for a code. The code is 7101 2597. That code again, once you go to menti.com, the code is 7101 2597. So we are at 64% first timers. Now, let's move on to the next question. What is your perception of media freedom in Kenya? At this particular point, you can also add your name. You can just put your name and then you respond to that question. What is your perception? What is your perception? What is your perception? Media freedom in Kenya. Start with your name. And we'll be glad to look at some of those comments. Your name? What is your perception of media freedom in Kenya? Menti.com. The code is simply 7101-2597. Okay, let's open it up. Let's open it up. Let's look at the first. Okay, relatively free. Relatively free. Okay. This is data. Of course, the Media Council of Kenya is also going to work on that as well, has already worked on that. The perception. We are growing, AFJ. Relatively free. Work in progress. Moderate. Relatively free. Good work in progress. Suzanne says that. Okay, let's see. Let's see. All right. Media freedom in Kenya is only free when it benefits others. Not absolutely free. It's good. Plastic freedom. What does that mean? Okay. Good policies in place, but the implementation is selective. Free, but with a few challenges. There is great improvement. Not absolutely, really. Okay. Relatively free. It's better than the rest of East African countries. We are trying, Maureen. Okay. Vivian, we're not yet there. Not yet a comfortable zone. We have to keep defending media freedom. Shrinking by the day. Okay. Has been relatively good, but we have begun experiencing a clawback from power holders. Politicians are the biggest threat to media freedom in Kenya. Not so good under current regime under attack. Okay. We have critical personalities who have joined us today, and because of time they'll have about 5 minutes to talk to us. And I hope you will be able to also address some of the concerns of the perceptions. Can we actually say that we experience media freedom when access to information is a great challenge in Kenya? A question from one of the participants. Winnie Ali, we need 2 more. There is a very big setback. Okay. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now want to start off. And we want to start off from listening to some of the bigwigs in the media world, and we want to really celebrate the gains that have been made. And these are all women at the forefront in the media world. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first speaker, Makofi tafadhali, ladies and gentlemen. Executive Director of the Association of Media Women in Kenya, Miss Patience Nyange. Makofi yake tafadhali. And because of time for our guests, I'll have something like this. Once you see it, just pace yourself, just pace yourself. All I'll do is just, don't worry, just pace yourself. Once it gets to, you know the number, I'd kindly request that you give a big thank you to the audience. Karibu sana. Makofi to Ms. Patience Nyange. Karibu sana.
Asante sana Mwakazi kwa kunikaribisha. Good morning everyone. Madam Zubeida Kananu, the President Kenya Editors Guild, Mr. Eric Odor, Secretary General Kenya Union of Journalists, Ms. Agnes Kaleche, Chairperson Media Owners Association, Mr. Alfred Ambani, Assistant Director Multimedia and Licensing Communications Authority of Kenya, Mr. Herbert, Regional Director and Representative UNESCO, Ms. Harriet, EU Ambassador to Kenya, Mr. William Okech, Chairperson Media Complaints Commission, Mr. David Omoyo, MBS Chief Executive Officer, Media Council of Kenya, and Professor Edward Kisiangani, Principal Secretary, State Department of Telecommunications and Broadcasting, and our chief guest, who will be coming hopefully, Honorable Edward Owalo, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy. All protocols observed. Colleagues gathered here, my seniors in the room, ladies and gentlemen, all gender diversity is recognized. Good morning. My name is Patience Nyange. I am the Executive Director, Association of Media Women in Kenya. Thank you for inviting us today to attend this very important convening. AMWIC, as you all know, was established about 40 years ago as a non-membership organization for women within the media sector. It was founded before the UN Women's Conference held in Nairobi in the year 1985, when women's voices received little or no attention in the media. And since then, our mission seeks to see a society that enhances and promotes equitable development, human rights, and women's rights. We seek to use the media to promote an informed and gender-responsive society in Kenya and in Africa. At this point, allow me to welcome all the other guests that are coming from neighboring countries, including Zimbabwe, Uganda, Tanzania. Karibuni, Kenya. Before I make my statement, allow me to congratulate the new leadership at the Kenya Editors Guild. I am very happy to be here and to be seated next to my friend Zubeida Kananu. Ni wakati wa uongozi wa mama. Congratulations to you, my sister in the profession, on your election as the Kenya Editors Guild President, the first female president since its inception. Well, at AMWIC, we celebrate you and your entire leadership, and we wish you a smooth ride ahead. We are here to support your journey. We are here to wish you all the best. Call on us. We are happy to walk the journey with you. Congratulations once again. It's with great pleasure that I stand before you today to celebrate this day, the World Press Freedom Day, a day that is of great significance when we celebrate the vital role that the press plays in our society and the importance of defending its freedom while observing the fundamental principles of free speech and free expression. The World Press Freedom Day 2023 is anchored on the theme, Shaping a Future of Rights, freedom of expression as a driver of all other human rights. According to the World Press Freedom Index 2022, Kenya is ranked position 69 out of 180 countries, which is an improvement from the year 2021, where we were in the position 120. Despite the jump in places, the industry still experiences a challenging environment for journalists and media organizations. Commemorating this day, therefore, acts as a reminder to all of us, and of course to the government, that there is a need to respect its commitment to press freedom. Marking this day also enables reflection among media professionals that are seated in this room today about issues of press freedom and professional ethics. It is also a moment for all of us here to echo the role that we play in the advancement and respect of human rights, as well as the promotion of gender and a gender-responsive society. It should not all be lost that the media freedom, safety of journalists, and freedom of expression are increasingly under attack, which impacts the realization of other rights. We are gathered here today not only to discuss and listen to each other, but also to hear from expert practitioners about the place of the freedom of expression within the overall human rights agenda. I also hope that we will also take the time to discuss particular role of journalists and the media in verifying and disseminating facts, creating spaces of ideas to be debated, and for the voiceless to be heard, and rendering complex Article 19 of the UN's Universal Declaration for Human Rights reads, and I quote, "Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression, and these rights include freedom to hold opinion without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media regardless of frontiers. States have the power to decide what government information should be public or to be protected. But it is widely understood that freedom of expression and freedom of speech are intertwined with the free media and press." So the question begs today, if access to media is a human right, what is the media's responsibility to human rights? Free media is essential to human rights because without information, people won't know what's going on locally, nationally, or even internationally. And the ability of our citizens to respond to laws, policies, and events, including human rights violation, is limited by ignorance. Free media has a responsibility to share information and helps maintain that information in the public in a clear and inaccessible way. Media then has a duty to hold people in power accountable. We need to ask ourselves some fundamental questions today. How can we protect and not harm human rights? There is no simple solution to this question. When it comes to news media, there's a journalistic ethics that says we must seek the truth and report it, minimize harm, and act independently and accountable. And therefore, today is a day we are here, all of us. We appreciate the Media Council of Kenya for inviting us to be part of today's celebration. I believe that the rest of the panelists who are going to speak today and all the speakers today, we will all be here to start shaping a future of human rights. Together, we can create a world where press freedom is not only valued and protected, but also celebrated. As AMWIC, we will do our part. We ask you to do yours. Collectively, shall we? Asanteni sana.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That commitment to media freedom has to be a daily and continuing process. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, please, a big round of applause to our next speaker, also Secretary General, Kenya Union of Journalists, Mr. Eric Oduor.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, let me just say all protocols observed. And for our guests who have joined us today to commemorate this very important day. So today I'll talk about 5 very important issues. And I'll start by saying that as a country, we are on the spot following the shooting of Pakistani journalist Ashad Sharif in Kenya in October last year. So as we mark this day, the widow Javeria Siddiq reached out and said that we should mention the name of her late husband on this very important day. So ladies and gentlemen, what Javeria is saying that the family of Ashad Sharif is asking for justice and they want to see speedy conclusion of the investigations that are going on so that justice can be seen to have been served. Second issue is about what is happening in Sudan, where all media houses there have been bombed. Journalists are in exile. And yesterday we had a meeting with the president of Sudanese Journalist Union, Sadiq Ibrahim Ahmed. And he asked me one thing, that we should express solidarity with our colleagues and friends in Sudan. This is because there is no peace in Sudan, and Kenya has always played a very critical role in the region to ensure that we have peace and stability. So as we mark this World Press Freedom Day, let us remember our brothers and sisters in Sudan, some of them who have been forced to go into exile, including my counterpart Sadiq, who was here and instead of going back to Khartoum, is going to Istanbul, where he is in exile. So as a country, that takes me to the third issue, that we must pride ourselves and be committed to protecting our media freedoms in Kenya. And as I begin, because that's a very important matter, and I think there has been issue here about the status of the media freedom in Kenya. And I've issued 2 very strong statements in the past. One was in February, and there's another one that I issued on 1st of April, just trying to warn us that if we play around with the peace, we play around with the stability, and more so the media freedom in Kenya, then all of us will face the consequences. Number 2 on the same issue is about the media regulation, because I know I've not talked about this, and I must confirm that at least we have some media freedom in Kenya. What we need to do is to protect the gains that we have. When our cabinet secretary, who is not here and represented by the principal secretary, when he was being interviewed for the job, we were keen as the stakeholders in the media. And he said one thing of all that he was talking about that was of importance to me. He said that when he becomes, or when he's finally appointed the cabinet secretary, there's one thing that he'll do for the media. He will champion and promote cell that was sent to her through our WhatsApp. Ladies and gentlemen, some of these are very painful experiences that we must talk about. And as we go, as we talk about safety and protection of journalists, there's a matrix that we have developed where we are using to collect data. And we are going to develop another matrix where we are going to collect data about the media houses that are rogue, media houses that are frustrating journalists, media houses that have turned journalists into slaves. We will call them out. We will name and shame in that corner, so that I was just talking to our ICT team that within our website we'll develop a corner there where we'll be naming and shaming media owners who are hiring journalists on WhatsApp groups or through WhatsApp, paying them through M-Pesa, and sacking them through WhatsApp and messages. So ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be tough. And as I conclude, media owners, you're on the spot at the moment as we develop the national wage policy. On Labor Day, the president did promise us that we are developing a national wage policy, and this time round, there is no escape route. Hakuna mahali pa kutoroka, tutapambana na nyinyi, umhakikisha ya kwamba vyombo vya habari wanalipa mishahara na marupurupu zinazofaa, ambazo zinaweza hakikisha ya kwamba waandishi wa habari wanaweza kujimudu, wanaweza lipa kodi ya nyumba, wanaweza jilisha, wanaweza vaa vizuri na wafanye kazi. Let us not pretend that we sit here to talk about press freedom when the people who are supposed to be protecting press freedom are the people who are frustrating, harassing, intimidating, sacking a journalist who is in a deathbed. I think that is unacceptable, and we must call out these media owners. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this, let us stand in solidarity and protect the rights and privileges of journalists. Thank you so much.
Wow, all right, thank you so much. Talking of media owners, a big round of applause to the new entrant in that leadership space. A big round of applause, please, to our next speaker. Chairperson, Media Owners Association, Ms. Agnes Kalechi.
Chief guests, distinguished guests, fellow media professionals, and all the attendees, all protocols observed, good morning. Today, on World Press Freedom Day, we celebrate and acknowledge the importance of free and independent media as a fundamental pillar to democracy and the crucial role the media plays in upholding democracy, human rights, and freedom of speech. This year's theme, Shaping a Future of Rights, freedom of expression as a driver for all other human rights, reminds us that freedom of expression is not only a fundamental right in itself, but also serves as a driver for all other human rights. In recent months, we have witnessed a worrying trends in Kenya where threats against media are increasing with methods designed to silence and intimidate the media and targeting of individual journalists, pressuring editorial independence and undermining the business operations of media houses. Now, physical intimidations remain an effective means to silence the media. Journalists have been unfairly targeted and harassed by the state and non-state actors, which is a clear violation of their rights to freedom and expression. A case in point is the recent demonstrations called by the opposition, where many journalists were attacked by both the police and demonstrators. Legal harassment continued to undermine public interest reporting in cases where libel cases drain immense resources and time with risk of criminal prosecution. In Kenya, the courts have been awarding huge fines for defamation cases, some which are clearly frivolous. These awards are crippling the media, and if not checked, might bankrupt all of us. Internationally, the recent case of Fox News versus Dominion is something that we should all worry us, because it might be used as a presence in some jurisdictions. Our editorial managers have to tread very carefully as they balance between fair comment and defamation, because a simple mistake could cost a media company millions of shillings in legal fees and subsequent awards. There are many statutes that will need a wider legislation reviews so that a media can operate with guaranteed freedom. The following are just a few examples. The KBC Act, Cap 221, so that KBC can be transformed from state to a public prosecutor. The Penal Code 63, which has several provisions which in many ways offend the realization of a free press. The Defamation Act, Cap 36, is also another law that should be reviewed to introduce a mandatory requirement that anyone with a complaint against media must first go through the Media Council Complaint Commission before going to court. These are just a few examples of the laws that are affecting media operations in Kenya. The need for wider legislation revision remain key, and I'm glad that the Ministry of Information and Digital Economy, led by the Minister and the Principal Secretary, is spearheading a review on this. We are still applying outdated, vaguely defined, or broadly applicable laws that leave the door open for abuse and leave media organizations exposed to whims of legislation interpretation and political interference. Underlining all this, the financial viability of media and long-term sustainability remains critical, particularly at this crucial stage of post-pandemic recovery. You can tell this by the financial reports of leading media houses. Given reduced advertising revenues and reliance on government and state corporation advertising, which at times unfortunately comes with strings attached. As long as the question mark remains over viability of independent media, a free press will forever be limited in terms of its potential to contribute to critical democratic process, and this can be reversed with an investment in and prioritization of public interest media, good journalism, and trustworthy news. As media owners, we are going to work with other stakeholders to address these challenges by investing in training for all and capacity building for all our journalists, promoting media literacy among the public, and exploring innovating business models that can sustain the media industry in the long term. We must also work to promote media diversity and pluralism, both in terms of ownership and content. A diverse and vibrant landscape is essential for promotion of different ideas, viewpoints, and perspectives, which are critical for an informed decision-making and a healthy democracy. In conclusion, on this World Press Freedom Day, let us recommit ourselves to upholding the principles of freedom of expression, press freedom, and the rights to information. We must work together to create a
theme is appropriate because it underscores the relevance of media freedom in every facet of our lives. There is no gainsaying that media freedom, freedom of expression, and journalists are increasingly under threat at the moment, whichever part of the world you look. We know what is happening in Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia, Ukraine, and other places where it has become dangerous to be a journalist. Which is why we must ask ourselves some pertinent questions. What is the state of media freedom today? What are the greatest threats to the enjoyment of freedom of expression in our respective countries? And what can be done to mitigate these threats to media freedom? I will speak to three key challenges facing the media in Kenya today and which impede our freedom of expression. The first one is the threat to journalist safety, both physically and in the digital space, as they carry out their work in public interest. In the past year, scores of journalists have been injured while going about their duties. The violence has been from both state and non-state actors. On digital platforms, enemies of freedom of expression have been unrelenting in their attacks on journalists and media houses. Sources of threat to journalists are well known. We call for an immediate stop to these violations. Journalists must be allowed to exercise their constitutional right to do their professional work. The second issue is the connection between the rights of citizens to freely consume media content and the rights of journalists to freely access information and make it available to the public consumption. All too often, these rights are threatened by forces who want to control what the public should know and at the same time impose restrictions on what information journalists can access. Here, for example, we see deliberate attempts to stop the media from pursuing certain stories. The latest instance in Kenya is the recent decision by the government to deny journalists access to the horror scene in Shakahola village in the coastal region, where more than 100 bodies have been exhumed in suspected cult deaths. The Bill of Rights in the Constitution of Kenya is explicit on the entrenched right of the media to operate without hindrance, along with rights to freedom of expression and the right to receive and impart information granted to all Kenyans. Article 34, Section 2 makes it clear that the state shall not interfere with any person engaged in broadcasting, production, or circulation of any publication or the dissemination of information by any medium, or penalize any person for any opinion or view or the content of any broadcast or publication. Thirdly, there is the issue of media sustainability. Media houses in Kenya and Africa are facing serious revenue challenges, some bordering on the extreme. Unfortunately, journalists are taking the brunt of this unfortunate situation, which has seen salaries delayed for months. There is need to find new regulatory levels to encourage innovation, bit of exportation of advertising revenue while serving public interest. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe the solutions to these challenges are well within our reach if we set our minds to finding them. As we mark the World Press Freedom Day, it is our hope that we can jointly find long-lasting solutions to these threats that stand in the way of journalists in Kenya and much of Africa today. I thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Wow, the solutions are well within our reach. Thank you so much indeed. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to our next speaker, Multimedia and Licensing Assistant Director, Communications Authority of Kenya, Mr. Alfred Ambani. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Good morning to you all. Our chief guest, Professor Kisiangandi, PS Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy. Other guests, representatives of various associations related to the media. I stand here to make the remarks of the Director General of Communication Authority of Kenya, Mr. Ezra Chiloba, who would have loved to be here, but because of other pre-scheduled, equally important assignments, he's out of town. Maybe for our guests from and delegates from outside Kenya, the Communication Authority of Kenya is the country's ICT regulator, and part of its mandate is licensing and regulation of broadcasters in this country, and that's how we come in. So I make the remarks of the DG of CA. I am delighted to join you this morning as we mark this year's World Press Freedom Day, a date set aside to celebrate the fundamental principles of press freedom and to evaluate the press freedom around the world. The authority is pleased to be part of this event that provides each one of us with an opportunity to reflect on how we as stakeholders of the media industry can foster democratic ideals in the roles that we play. We at the authority remain committed to delivering on our statutory responsibility of ensuring press freedom and freedom of expression in Kenya. The commitment comes from Article 34 of our Constitution, which guarantees the independence of electronic, print, and all other types of media, while Article 35 gives every citizen the right access to information held by the state or other persons and required for the exercise of protection of any right or fundamental freedom. Similarly, the right of access to information is also provided by both international conventions to which Kenya is a signatory. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of this year's theme, which is shaping a future of rights, freedom of expression as a driver for all other human rights, the authority recognizes the right to free expression is a crucial component of human rights and acts as a powerful force behind the implementation of other rights. It is crucial for establishing a future in which human rights are upheld. And that freedom of expression grants the media specific rights and obligations to inform the public on issues of public interest and to establish a significant forum for public discussion, examination, and reflection, all of which are crucial for the advancement and development of the societies. It is important to remember that media has always been acknowledged for its ability to act as a powerful social watchdog. As the alleged fourth estate, it has the uncomfortable responsibility of holding the other arms of government accountable on behalf of the general public. The thoughts and thinking of the public are also greatly influenced by the media. The media is the main tool that is used to shape and occasionally manipulate public opinion. Even though media is crucial in advancing democracy and good governance, it cannot be allowed to run unfettered. Ladies and gentlemen, the authority in exercise of responsibilities vested on it by law has developed regulatory instruments that govern the sector. They include the broadcasting regulations, the programming code, and complaints handling procedure, among others, which through stakeholder consultation are in line with the requirements of the Constitution before implementation. I am pleased to note that since the programming code came into force in 2016, the airtime dedicated to local content by broadcasters has increased beyond the prescribed minimum threshold of 40% and is still growing with time. In addition, virtually all TV stations in the country have since, most of the TV stations in the country have since provided mechanisms to promote accessibility of broadcasting services to persons with disability, and thus opening new horizons of opportunity, particularly for those members of our society who are traditionally been disenfranchised. In terms of the status of the media landscape, the media landscape in the digital era has greatly evolved. From 14 analog TV stations, that was some years back before the transition from analog to digital broadcasting, to over 199 free-to-air TV stations to date. The number of subscription pay TV services have equally grown from 3.6 million in 2016 now to 5.9. So there is a lot of growth there. Respectively, again, for radio, FM broadcasting, as at the end of the second quarter, which ended in December of last year, the number of FM stations stood at 164 for commercial FM, 13 for public FM, and 51 community radio stations. Traditional media is viewed as trustworthy and the main source of finding genuine news and information at a time when misinformation and disinformation are becoming more prevalent on the online platforms. Because conventional media makes sure that its sources are fact-checked, vetted, and people trust them. However, traditional and new alike are indispensable for development, democracy, and good governance. We must admit that the democratic space for both the media and citizenry has greatly been enhanced by the freedom that the media in Kenya enjoys today. Social media, mobile technologies, and digital platforms, on the other hand, offer new tools for accelerating citizen participation in the economic and social development of the country. We will, however, all admit that these developments also bring with them challenges that must be contended with. Regulators around the world are grappling with the problem of harmful content on social media, and Kenya is no exception. World over, the debate around harmful and inappropriate online content has noticeably shifted. While governments were initially keen to allow self-regulation of the online content or online media, the growing concerns on illegal online activities have made the focus to shift towards regulatory oversight. I wish to note here that these concerns are a reality for us in Kenya, as complaints of fake news and harmful online content continue to rise. The problem is further compounded by the fact that distinction between traditional journalists and bloggers has increasingly become blurred. As an industry, we must discuss what model is best for regulation of the media. And what is the future of The Kenyan media. The future of Kenyan media landscape is dynamic, with the influx of over-the-top services, that's what commonly known as OTTs, the 5G, big data, and artificial intelligence, just to mention a few. Viewers should expect new and diverse programming. It is quite evident that media must understand the changing preferences and consumption patterns of consumers, including the devices used. This is necessary in order to appropriately adapt content to the multi-platforms used and remain relevant. Media must review their business models and consider the increased competition on advertising spend due to the increased number of channels and fragmented audiences, and also leverage on opportunities offered by new technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with our mandate of facilitating a diverse range of broadcasting services, the authority currently is in the process of developing a framework for introduction of digital sound broadcasting in Kenya. Implementing a digital sound broadcasting is expected to complement the existing FM analog radio, hence providing additional platform for additional radio broadcast content services. Additionally, the implementation of the digital sound broadcasting is aligned and consistent with the regional and international standards and recommendations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much indeed. Makofi tafadhali. From the regulator, we now move on to key global partners. So we are delighted to have you here, and please engage us further. Asante sana. Please, a big round of applause to Regional Director and Representative UNESCO, Professor Hubert Geisen. Welcome. Big round of applause, please.
Chief guest, the Principal Secretary, dear colleague, speakers on the podium, representatives of diplomatic missions present here, journalists and media representatives. You came in high numbers, I can see. Colleagues and friends, mabibi na mabwana. Asubuhi njema na karibuni wote. Ni furaha yangu kujumuika nanyi leo kuadhimisha siku ya uhuru wa vyombo vya habari duniani. Asante sana, lakini Kiswahili changu kibovu kidogo. Kwa hivyo nitaendelea Kiingereza sasa. Sawa? So first of all, I wish to thank the Media Council of Kenya and its partners for bringing us all together for this important celebration of World Press Freedom 2023. And this day, this year, is celebrated under the theme, Shaping a Future of Rights, Freedom of Expression as a driver for all other human rights. Now, this year's celebration also marks the 30th anniversary of this important day, since the UN General Assembly proclaimed the International Day for Press Freedom globally. It also coincides with the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It also comes at a time when we are almost halfway the target date to achieve the commitments that all the UN countries made towards 2030, the famous Agenda 2030. We should recognize that we're halfway, but we're not halfway meeting the targets. So this year's World Press Freedom Day, therefore, it calls to re-engage and to reaffirm the vital importance of press freedom as well of independent, pluralistic and diverse media as drivers for the enjoyment of all other human rights and as preconditions for the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. I wish to remind that without the right to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas, we cannot eliminate poverty or hunger and teachers to freely express themselves. Without freedom of expression, there is no artistic freedom or creative expression. Without freedom of expression, we cannot defend the rights of minorities and marginalized people, or combat all kinds of discrimination and build inclusive societies. Without a free flow of information and trusted media, we cannot build transparent institutions and uphold democracies, as most cases of wrongdoing, corruption, and human rights violations will remain hidden. Now, this calls for a free, pluralistic, diverse, and independent media now more than ever before. And yet, we see it. Attempts to silence the media continue to multiply around the globe with old and new methods of censorship, violence, harassment, digital attacks, and also killings. Disinformation and hate speech proliferate online with serious impacts on people and societies, as we can see in our project that UNESCO is implementing entitled Social Media for Peace, and this project is funded by the European Union. Now, the erosion of trust in the media, internet shutdowns, crackdown on critical voices and independent media, the exile of journalists, all these pose new threats to freedom of expression. This has a major impact on the realization of all human rights and on sustainable development, ambitious as set out in our agenda, the AU Agenda 2063 and the Agenda 2030. We hope today's celebration will provide Kenya an opportunity to emphasize the role of freedom of expression and media freedom as enablers of all other human rights. Let us use the opportunity to discuss the essential role of journalists as they help verify and disseminate facts, create spaces for ideas to be debated and for the voiceless to be heard. With our specific global mandate to promote the free flow of ideas by word and image, UNESCO has been a strong defender of freedom of expression and press freedom since its establishment in 1945. With these introductory remarks, allow me now to read the official message of UNESCO on the occasion of World Press Freedom Day 2023. Freedom of the press is the cornerstone of the democratic society. Without a debate of ideas, without verified facts, without diversity of perspectives, democracy is a shadow of itself. And World Press Freedom Day was established to remind us of this. For the international community, it is first and foremost a question of combating the impunity that still surrounds crimes of which journalists are victims with nearly 9 out of 10 murders of journalists going unpunished. This, for instance, is the objective of the United Nations Plan of Action on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity, which UNESCO has been leading for 10 years now. It is also about ensuring that independent media can continue to exist. With the digital revolution, the information landscape and its modes of production and distribution have been ensure greater transparency of online platforms and develop media and information literacy. We will not be able to do this without the actors who now have significant control over access to information, the digital platforms. This is why UNESCO held the Internet for Trust conference in February, as an essential step towards the development of principles to regulate digital platforms. This is a fundamental issue because it involves both protecting freedom of expression and fighting disinformation and hate speech. 30 years after the first World Press Freedom Day, we can see how far we have come and how far we still have to go. So let this day be an important opportunity to renew our commitment within international organizations to defending journalists and through them press freedom. That brings me to the end of the official message of UNESCO. So, Marafiki, in closing, I wish to recall the slogan of our media campaign this year, which is, if everything is all right in the news, something is wrong with journalism. Without freedom of expression, we cannot defend human rights. Asanteni sana.
Without freedom of expression, we cannot defend human rights. Asante sana. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali pia kwa kuhifadhi lugha yetu ya taifa Kiswahili. Amin. Shukran. Very quickly, at this particular time, still focusing on key partners, a big round of applause to the European Union Ambassador to Kenya. A big round of applause, Excellency Henriette. Welcome.
Dear Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, and congratulations on World Press Freedom Day. As we have heard, Kenya made a huge leap forward from position 103 in 2021 to position 69 in 2022 in the Global Press Freedom Ranking. Kenya prides itself of a vibrant media scene, comparatively speaking. We all know that press and media freedom is under attack worldwide. And Kenya is still comparatively well off. We know in the EU that the preservation of free, independent, and pluralistic media is essential for any democracy around the globe. And the European Union's core values of respect of human rights, freedom, and democracy guide all its internal and external action. We are supporting media pluralism, freedom of expression and responsible digitalization. The EU has a long history of promoting democracy and human rights in third countries. And also within the EU, we are increasing our attention to the information ecosystem, ensuring that journalists can freely and safely do their work, that the media sector is pluralistic, independent, healthy, and resilient to crisis. We have also taken measures to counter disinformation and to facilitate access to quality information, to foster media literacy, and to protect users from illegal hate speech. As was said before, the EU has developed guidelines on freedom of expression online and offline as an essential policy document which underlies all of our external action as well, of the EU and of our 27 member states, on media pluralism and freedom of expression. I just give you the 6 priorities again. 1, combating violence against journalists and impunity for such crimes. 2, promoting laws and practices that protect freedom of expression. 3, promoting media freedom and pluralism. 4, promoting and respecting human rights in cyberspace and ICT. 5, promoting best practices by companies. And 6, promoting legal amendments and practices to strengthen data protection and privacy online and offline. These guidelines have been in place since 2014 and are more needed than ever. Practically, it also means that the EU is publicly condemning any killing, attack, or torture or enforced disappearance of any person exercising their right to freedom of expression. It also means that we appeal to any state authorities to fully abide by their international obligations to effectively and promptly investigate in an independent way any crimes against journalists, and to call on all states to take active steps in preventing violence against journalists. Many times, journalists are on the front line defending and promoting the rights of all citizens, and many times they are paying with their lives for it. Let us honor their sacrifice. This is an inspiration for all of us to defend media freedom. We have all seen also the power of investigative journalism. It has toppled governments in the past, and I'm sure it will in the future. We have also heard about the many challenges that the media industry and landscape is facing nowadays. From women in journalism, from disinformation, from digitalization threatening traditional media, from artificial intelligence, from digital and disinformation. So we have to adjust, this is clear, but we have to adjust in a way that our fundamental rights are protected. So at the EU, we remain committed to engaging with governments, media, civil society, and all actors to strengthen press freedom around the world. Because an independent press is a guarantor for any democracy, and protecting media freedom is protecting Kenya's democracy. I thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Wow, protecting media freedom is indeed protecting Kenya's democracy. Of course, rights come with responsibilities. And to talk to us more on that, a big round of applause to the Media Complaints Commission Chairperson, Mr. William Okech. Karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Good morning. Good morning. Oe, I'm going to make a clarion call. The first time, please shout, press freedom. I've not made the clarion call yet. When I make it first time, shout, press freedom. The second time, shout, speak out. Amandla.
Press freedom.
Amandla.
Speak out.
Thank you very much. The Complaints Commission is the twin brother to the Media Council, and we are at the heart of enforcing the code of conduct for the profession, that is for the practice of journalism. We do this by listening to complaints, both from the industry, both from the public, and even from government. It is a 7-member, and in this sitting, please, my colleagues, just be upstanding a little bit if you're here. My colleagues from the Complaints Commission. We have my very able Vice Chair, Esther Duma. Please clap for her. We have Commissioner Henry Maina, who we serve with at the Commission. Well, it is said that Kenya, like other countries in Africa, are very religious, notoriously so. So I will not have a speech, but I will give my message from the book of Esther, for those of you who are familiar with the book of Esther. And it talks about certain issues that reflect in this message that we have here today. Esther 4:13, and I start, do not think that because you are in the king's house, you alone of all the Jews will escape. So in our various positions where we are, we must not be complacent and think that if we do not speak out for the others, then destruction shall not come to us. For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance for the Jews will arise from another place, but you and your father's family will perish. And who knows, but that you have come to a royal position for such a time as this. Destiny and God places us in different places, and we should use it to speak for the lowly, to speak for the voiceless. So therefore, this is the response that Esther said. Go gather together all the Jews who are in Susa and fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days, night or day. I and my attendants will fast as you do. When this is done, I will go to the king, even though it is against the law, because it was sure death. You could never approach the king. You approach the king without his permission, you die. But Esther said, when this is done, I will go to the king, even though it is against the law, and if I perish, I perish. Can we repeat that? If I perish. So please, let us use our positions to speak out to the voiceless, to the needy. In the decisions that we have made at the Complaints Commission, we have spoken for both the voiceless, the weak, the mighty, and all that. And this is a clarion call to journalists. There's a lot that we read in the newspapers. Journalists have been done for this, have been done for that, but we never get to hear you come to our doors. We are there for you. Please come and complain to us. We have reliefs. We can protect you. We can ensure that your press freedom is guaranteed. Amandla. Amandla. Thank you very much.
Wow. Press freedom. Speak out. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to that place where we now want to go to that moment where we listen to our chief guest. We're just to go back. We must not be complacent. For such a time as this, we are here. Speak for the lowly, speak for the voiceless. If I perish, I perish. Ladies and gentlemen, as we honor the one who has been at the forefront in making sure that this event has been successful so far, please, ladies and gentlemen.
He has over 15 years of experience in journalism, media training and management, spanning the public, private, religious and non-governmental sectors. He is an advocate of devolution, having coordinated the establishment of more than 18 community radios in different parts of the country. Please welcome Media Council of Kenya Chief Executive Officer, Mr. David Omoyo.
Big round of applause.
Thank you very much. I am equally surprised that my chairman has a very religious streak and he reads the Bible from time to time. So Chief Guest Bwana PS, Professor Kisingani, the EU Ambassador, the UNESCO representative, the newly minted President of the Editors Guild and the new Chair of the Media Owners, Amwik, SG and everyone else, good morning. A very special welcome to our ITP guests here today from several parts of the world. Zimbabwe. I was there about not too many weeks ago and I was treated well. I hope to come back again. I was there with my friend there a few months ago and everyone else. We really appreciate that Kenya has been the center of these celebrations. Yesterday with SG here and Madam President, we were meeting journalists from the region Sudan, Somalia, South Sudan. Was there Uganda? Yes. And discussing the same issues of press freedom, violent extremism, and the threat to the media. So as we gather here to celebrate the role of the media, I would like us to throw a challenge, especially I'm happy that everybody up to until this morning said, you know, Kenya improved from number 103 to number 62 in press freedom ranking. But unfortunately, this year Kenya dropped again up to number 116. Not surprising if you reflect about what happens. We have come from a very turbulent season where we have, apart from physical attacks on journalists we've seen the past few days, we have seen sustained public verbal attacks against media. It would lose a lot of points when senior government officials specifically project their disappointment or attacks against journalists, because the more senior you are in public space, then your threat or disappointment is taken very highly. And we know the period we've come from where we've seen a lot of sustained attacks and all that. So it's really a delicate thing that we cannot gag people from expressing the disappointments when they think they should have been on number 1 of the newspaper and they ended up on number 9. But unfortunately, we must also consistently remind them that those sustained verbal attacks can cause challenges and then make as a country feel that we're suffering. So as we mark this 30th World Press Freedom Day, as Bwana Ambani said, we have moved from barely 14 radio stations in the year, will be I think 2013, between 2010 and 2013, we are now looking at more than 300 radios and TVs in the country. That means that we have perhaps one of the largest mediascape around. I was sharing with a professor from UNESCO about the number of radios and TVs and the different consumption patterns, and the challenge then of the financial muscle to sustain those media houses. Because then when you go all out into quantity, we tend to forget quality, and therefore we all have the pluralistic and many media and as many outlets as possible. But then if we get so many a number in an economy that cannot sustain them, then we start slowly compromising the quality of output and all that. And as long as the media will not be relied on to provide accurate and true information, as long as we compromise the quality and the capacity of the media to be the final go-to place for accurate and free information, then we start slowly, without knowing it ourselves, engaging in self-cannibalism. that when we ourselves compromise quality and all that, we now then give out information which we end up sometimes being fact-checked by bloggers. We engage in cannibalism, then can cause a lot of threats. And that also goes to the mainstream media, Madam Chair, that we are also looking at massive layoffs in the media houses, especially seriously compromised capacities of the sub-editorial desks. A job that would be done by 9 people before is now done by fairly few journalists. Of course, it's because of the economy and all that. Therefore, you find that we will always get a challenge here and there. I think it's a time for us to reflect, think about what will happen to technologies and emerging ones, how we will be able to utilize our young journalists, how, as my colleague Victor said, we stop calling 32-year-old journalists redundant guys. They're just sharpening their skills, but because now the newsroom has become smaller, we are calling them that. We find a way to really collaborate and cooperate so that we protect the media space. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, it is the work of each and every one of us to stand their ground and protect that journalistic space. At any one time, you will see different attempts, whichever way they will come. Anybody, whichever position you hold in the media space, must stand up and protect that press freedom, and mostly what we call in that space editorial discretion, that you will not dictate to an editor what they have to do. As long as it's accurate information, as long as it's information that is good for public consumption, we must let editors do that work and protect their freedom to do it. Finally, and that's why we protect editors, they say that the work of a very good editorial desk, it comforts the afflicted and afflicts the comfortable. That means that if you are very big in government or any other office, the average media house will annoy you a lot. You just need to learn to live with the annoyance from time to time. Otherwise, we leave the work of pleasing everyone to those who sell chocolate and do PR. But the work of a journalist, you must be able to annoy someone by the end of the week. That then is the measure of press freedom, the ability of an editor to speak the truth and annoy as many people as possible. Anyway, I wish you all a good World Press Freedom Day celebration, and really hope that as we get into serious deliberations, I've seen the best brains around, from Joe, Ageyo, Ilado, Pam, and everyone who are going to be here and opening our minds. We'll be able to open our minds and chat deliberate ways forward to protect the media space that we have, and which is becoming more and more threatened across our neighborhood. If we don't block that, then suddenly we will start running to the neighboring countries to seek protection. We should be the hub where we not only protect press freedom in the Kenyan space, but also become a pillar for the region. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite the chief guest, Professor Edward Kisangani, to come and give us the keynote remarks and open for us the annual Media Summit 2023. Karibu.
Thank you very much, David. I have been a passive listener to a lot of things here, but first of all, I would like to ride on all the protocols established here, but specifically also recognize those who have come to our country to celebrate this important day with us. I can't fail to mention that most of the editors here, the journalists, have interacted with me even before I joined the government. Subeda, Agnes, Kaleke, there are many people here, either who we have just discussed about a lot of things, and others who have actually published some of my articles. So I recognize you and thank you very much. Second, I want to bring the apologies of the Cabinet Secretary for Communication, Information and Digital Economy, who was supposed to preside over this occasion, but was again at last minute called to attend to official matters, and asked me to come and read his speech. And as is common practice, I will quickly go through his speech. It's a very short one, and then make my own remarks quickly to allow you to proceed to the next level. So this is what the Cabinet Secretary would have read and probably told you. I'm exceptionally delighted to join you at this very important gathering. We are assembled here to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the World Freedom Day in the United Nations calendar. In 1993, the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization set aside the 3rd of May for the global community in its entirety to remind itself of the centrality of press freedom as the epitome of liberty. Accordingly, this day, we must pause from our regular activities for collective reflection on the health of our liberty as seen through the lenses of press freedom. The World Press Freedom Day reminds us of the threats and offensives against press freedom as threats and offensives against humanity. Highest on the list is violence against journalists, which has been mentioned, regardless of the guise that violence might take, verbal, structural, or physical. It's unacceptable. We are reminded that in diverse places across the global community, journalists have been paid the ultimate price while on duty or because of being faithful to duty. Ladies and gentlemen, journalists continue to face legal harassment and political incarceration because of their faithfulness to duty. In the age of free flow of ideas, censorship remains a challenge as it ever has been in our dark past. Every country has had its dark past. Let me emphasize that in order for our societies to be safe, the custodians of information must first and foremost be safe. As the government of Kenya, we recognize journalists as critical and integral players in the sustainable human development agenda. We are committed to our role as duty bearers in protection of freedom of the media. Kenya is a signatory to the various international instruments on freedom of expression and media freedom, which have been domesticated through Articles 33, 34, 35 of our national constitution. Our laws providing for the same include Access to Information Act 2016, Media Council Act 2013, Kenya Information and Communication Act 1998, and which is being revised now. Access to information is increasingly recognized as a prerequisite for sustainable development and for claiming human rights. With the SDG 16, the target is to promote access to information, which is anchored in the 2030 UN Agenda. The Declaration on Principles of Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa provides a set of standards on the right to access to information in Kenya. Access to information, especially as embedded in Article 35 of the Constitution and actualized in the Information Act of 2016. The country has made big strides in securing the right to access to information and freedom of expression. I do not want to talk about the Shakahola incident. I think the issues could have been blown out of proportion. Kenya's open governance is anchored in the 2010 Constitution, which includes access to information obligations that require the government to publish and publicize any important information affecting the country. The government remains committed to promoting access to information by ensuring that information is publicly available and transparent, and by providing support for the development of independent media outlets. Technology, ladies and gentlemen, has brought convenience to audiences. One can view, listen to, and read what they want, where and when they want it. Smart media houses have taken advantage of this enabling environment and technology to build vast and loyal digital audiences. There is need for training to equip journalists with the digital skills, including training of the use of information sourced from social media. It's a big challenge, and I will talk about it because I attended the Internet Trust UN conference in Paris, and the question was Internet Trust. So what is being published here? How do you regulate it to make sure it's used ethically, and how do you differentiate between fake and truthful information? So the media needs to be trained, because this space is a very fast-moving space, so that you can determine quickly whether what you want to carry is truthful or is false. Media houses need to provide journalists with sufficient ICT equipment for work in both newsrooms and in the field, so as to ensure information carries and proper audience interactivity. To this end, the government, through my ministry, has demonstrated its commitment to upholding these principles by creating and facilitating and also supporting a conducive environment where the government, media, citizens receive, impart, and exchange information and ideas freely in the interest of national development. And I want to report to you that although there have been complaints about media, what we should do in the media, it's not like government is seated there just watching the media. What these media owners, including Agnes, didn't tell you is that probably in the last few months we have held several meetings with them. So the interaction is big. We talk and we express our feelings. They do also. So it's not like we have locked them outside the room, and that the interactions will continue. The ministry has received a number of proposals from stakeholders, including the Media Council of Kenya, on the need to table in Parliament legislative proposals that respond to the current world trends on media development, including legal and regulatory framework, plurality and diversity of media. The ministry is also working, looking forward to reading the contents of the report by the task force set up by my predecessor to review the Kenya media policy guidelines developed in 2009. The task force was an acknowledgement that the previous policy had lapsed. I wish to assure stakeholders that the ministry will do its part in ensuring that proposals progress to the next stage. This will, however, require collaboration and a unit of purpose among all the stakeholders in canvassing this agenda when called upon to do so. Both in principle and practice, the media in Kenya is in its own space, while concurrently also being in everyone else's space. The media regulates itself while also regulating everybody. It occupies that enviable space in which it was in 1787, you remember the English theorist Edmund Burke said to the British media in 1787, in the reporters' gallery yonder, there sat a fourth estate, more important far than they all. Maybe I'll, in my remarks, mention something about that. Burke acknowledged the power of the media, even as the media itself rarely does today. On a day such as this, we need to pause to ask ourselves, who is this being we refer to as power when we say the media must speak to truth, to power? For the media, do they even know that they are powerful? The media is especially very important in the post-truth age that we live in today. I heard somebody mentioning Fox News. Yeah, I know. They are leaders in the post-truth reporting. And you know what post-truth does? Exaggerating facts conveniently to serve a certain social or political purpose. Is that where we are heading to? That we all thrive, we want to thrive on post-truth media. I'll give you one instant once I finish the speech by the minister. Those who invented various social media platforms had very good intention to give our generation opportunities to interact and share knowledge and experience. Unfortunately, these platforms increasingly distinguish themselves for selling untruth, fake news, and the blatant intention of falsehoods. The other day, and the UN personnel are here, and the European Union, we had a very interesting experience with these media practitioners. They blew up a story that the government had arrested the former Minister for Internal Security and started covering an non-existent event at night and relaying it live on national television. We were shocked. So I tried to call some, I didn't get them. They were covering nothing. But they were telling the country that the government was just about to arrest somebody. Somebody who has been influential in our politics. I'm sure we even complained to the Media Council. The Media Council asked for clips of the arrest. Nothing was forthcoming. I called some editors. It is in my office that the government spokesperson sits. And although the former government spokesperson has left for other assignments, both the minister and myself are government spokespeople. So you can verify with us whether this is true or not. Nobody called us to verify. But the reporting the following day, it was headline news. Now the accusations was this government was gacking, opposition. Government was supposed to keep quiet on that and say nothing. Of course, we have not said anything. We didn't arrest anybody. But we are supposed to praise the media for doing that in the name of media freedom. Bwana Omoyo, where is self-regulation? Your guess is as good as mine. So these are the challenges we face. And I guess why Kenya does very well internationally is that we are not so overzealous to run after people. But what they were doing was criminal. Reporting falsehoods and making sure that those falsehoods appear on national television. People watch and they think there is some kind of war. you can cause war by doing that. We do not want that. So you have to be careful about this post-truth age in which falsehoods are refurbished to look like they are truth. You have seen even many people, some people taking pictures of others and they're published in the newspaper that they had died. Then they emerge and say they are still alive. I know you know this is not a fake story from me. Only recently some people announced that a former vice president was dead. But he was alive. Actually, he was having dinner with some friends. But some people had announced he was dead. So you start yelling, well, if you are in Mandera, that somebody you know closely has died when they have not died. What did the regulation do? The media should be ready to listen to criticism and take it positively whenever there are deviations from ethics and professionalism. Freedom of expression should not extend to spreading hate speech, ethnic hatred, and driving other divisive agenda. Our world, this is the only home we have. If we destroy this world, we have nowhere to go. So we should not, in the name of freedom, also drive the agenda that divides our people and takes people to war. There is great national benefit if the media can forward matters of public interest that feed into the development agenda, forward those matters, if there are any criticism, any misunderstanding about those matters, to the relevant authorities to get correct answers. We all know of one person or more who have been reported dead in very elaborate but blatantly false narratives. That's what I was talking about. Regrettably, mainstream media outlets have sometimes picked up cues from such narratives in social media and amplified them. As self-regulating entities, mainstream media must deal with the challenge of fake news. But the mainstream media must also deal with other challenges of our times. It's now common to drown objective facts under intentional appeals to emotion, personal preferences, and sectional beliefs as avenues of influencing and shaping public opinion. As government in a self-regulated media environment, we lack both the appetite and the intention to intervene in the digression from media ethics. The Kenya media fraternity must therefore deal with this challenge. In attending to these challenges and many others, it's useful to recognize that freedom goes hand in hand with responsibility. It has often been said that my rights and freedoms end where someone else's begin. While the World Press Freedom Day reminds us of media freedom as the epitome of universal liberty, it also reminds us of the burden of responsibility that goes with that liberty. Liberty can never be a license to trample on other people's rights and freedoms. Indeed, liberty can never be freedom from accountability. Liberty is rather about freedom from oppressive authority. Those who are not regulated by external authorities, ladies and gentlemen, be careful that they do not become alternative oppressive authorities. The Kenyan media belongs to this category of entities that are self-regulated. It is behooved to balance delicately between its own freedom and responsibility. Away from all that, sustainability of the media must remain a matter of primary concern to all the people of goodwill. And it's all over the world. Emerging challenges are feeding to the shrinkage in the industry. We are witnessing diminished print runs in the print media and a returns on investment on the one hand, and the staff downsizing and retrenchment. It is difficult to reconcile our increased training and the production of high-level media professionals on the one hand and the diminishing employment opportunities on the other. So how do we balance? How do we get out of here? Joint conversations between the government and media, including media owners, is of essence. And in one of the meetings that I held with the media owners, I asked them to come up with some proposals to help them so that they don't sink. The problem with the media is that they have been timing political money, especially in our country. They think political money, you cannot construct your business plans around political money. So while the people who like you stay in power, you continue enjoying political money. So when they go, what do you do with the workers? I've asked media owners in this country to keep off that model. You must survive with or without the politics of the day. People don't come to work with you, work in your media company because you support a certain political dispensation. They just want to work and pay bills. So you must have a business model that also protects the workers. When you are a media owner and you take decisions which have the potential to hurt the people you have employed, including forcing media people to ride on a long wagon bearing the colors of a particular political party. So when that party doesn't form power, what do? You have told your workers to do that. Maybe they don't like it, but you're threatening them with sacking. Bwana Moyo, how do you regulate this? How do you protect the journalists who are forced to board long wagons on the road or the streets to campaign for a particular political dispensation, only to realize that dispensation is not going to take power? Then they realize the political money which is coming up dies. Now they start complaining. How do you protect this? It has to be a conversation that we all should participate in to protect jobs. We will continue upholding media freedom. We will ensure that the digital and the regulatory environment is favorable to this freedom. We will remain responsible duty bearers. At the same time, we shall continue to expect our media to exercise its freedom responsibly and to remain accountable to the citizens in the way press freedom is enjoyed. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to indulge you for 2-3 minutes on this. And it can't be stated in a more forceful way than the one I'm making. And I borrow my thinking from John Locke, the distinguished English philosopher, born 1632, expired 1704. All of you in media have come across John Locke because he represents the spirit of modern democratic liberties. And it is his writing that informed the crafting of the Declaration of Independence in the United States. We hold all this truth to be self-evident, that all men are created equal by their Creator, remember, and they are endowed with certain inalienable rights, among which the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit for happiness. That is what John Locke said. And from that, other democracies have built their philosophies. So, but before that, you come to that, if you read 2 treatises on government and many other publications by John Locke, he said, in the state of nature, which means the state of society without government, human beings had set up one against all against one.
So because they kept killing each other, and they are the only people in the animal kingdom that are endowed with a rational mind, they sat down and said, how can we continue like this? Every day, for the Kenyans, unalima mahindi mtu mwingine anakuja kuchukua. There was no protection of private property. Life was endangered. So in the state of nature, human beings realized it is a state of anarchy and destruction. So they constituted in the Commonwealth a team to agree. We have these natural rights, right to life, liberty, pursuit for happiness, right to property. But now, these rights are not being enjoyed. We were born free in the state of nature. So what do we do? So that is when they constituted government. Government came in to help them protect. Each one of them with different desires was to submit to something you call government, which regulates our desires. But in regulating our desires, they allow one person, each one of us, to enjoy our freedoms, but not also to hurt others. That is the Lockean thinking. So once we do that, we are conscious that we are not alone in this society. There are others. That's what brings order. If you look at the history of wars, history of wars has something nasty from the media. Do not report things that can cause war, even in Sudan, where you are quoting. Have you ever asked yourself what the media has, sections of the media in Sudan have done to escalate the crisis? Have you? Have we ever thought about what the media did in the Second World War, in the First World War? If you don't report responsibly, you will take society to the state of nature, the state of anarchy, the state of disorder. That is the state of human society before government. Please, the media must provide space to protect order. Let's enjoy our liberties within an orderly environment. The alternative is disorder and anarchy. So what I'm telling you is, speak to facts and the truth. Speak to research and the depth. Speak, for example, for the case of our Kenyan people, speak to the Constitution. Don't reward people who don't respect our democratic institutions, people who don't respect the institutions such as IEBC created by what? By the Constitution. People who don't respect the judiciary, but want to prosecute their cases outside our established democratic order. And you reward them with massaging headlines. You reward them with running headlines. Please keep off that. Ask the hard questions. So you want us to do this thing outside the Constitution. So how does Kenya look like? If today you succeed to eject the president out of State House, what happens with the former losing governors, governor candidates? They will also take over in the counties. What about losing MPs, MP candidates? They will also take over. What are you saying? You are taking us to the state of nature. The media should not celebrate this. Whatever the disagreement, you can disagree. The people of Kenya constituted themselves in 2010 and said, this is the procedure for elections, and this is how you execute your disagreements. And then when you come out, if you reach this stage and you have not been helped the way you wanted, you wait for the second time. Many times we go to court and we don't agree with what they have said, but we constituted and submitted to these laws and agreed that this is what will guide our order. So we speak to the Constitution. Nobody in the media is asking those questions. Speak to the media. Put us to task. Our president appointed cabinet secretaries, then appointed PSS. We were stopped by the courts. He waited. But nobody said he has done very well. But when somebody says he cannot accept what the Supreme Court ruled, you celebrate him across the media houses. These things must stop. So, ladies and gentlemen, you must think about your editorial policies, and I think the best thing to end this is to think about, to encourage you to probably get back to the message UNESCO sent to this conference. It is loaded. UNESCO celebrates order. UNESCO is talking about fake news. And the UNESCO is telling us to establish peaceful societies. The Kenya government will continue protecting press freedom. It will help the media. Despite the provocations, it is not going to close media houses. It will make media houses grow. It will discuss with media houses to see how they can save jobs. Your environment can only get better. But as we do that, remember you have a duty to the Republic. Across the world, those who are here, you must never stop fighting for democratic, expansion of democratic space. But everywhere in the world, people expect media not just to do what they did as the fourth estate, meaning checking the branches, legislature, executive, and the judiciary, but also setting the correct agenda to instill order, to criticize those who are not doing things right, and to make sure we have a just society. With those remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I must say I'm privileged to be here and to have shared with you what I think, to welcome you into our country, but above all to declare today's conference officially open. Thank you.
Wow. Officially opened indeed. A big round of applause to the PS and all the guests. Asanteni sana. We're going to take a photo together, and then after that we also have a gift of appreciation courtesy of the Media Council of Kenya. So all the members of the Fourth Estate, please be positioned for this memorable photo. So we can oh yeah, sure. Let's do it. Excellent. Asante sana. Big challenge there from the Principal Secretary. Survive with or without the politics of the day. Makofi tafadhali to all our guests. I want to say thank you so much, Asanteni sana, for your time, your contribution. Professor Edward Kisiangani, Principal Secretary, State Department of Broadcasting and Telecommunication, makofi yake tafadhali. And we have gifts, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start very quickly, courtesy of the Media Council of Kenya. This gift will be facilitated by the CEO. We'll start off with, we have Professor Hubert. Okay, we'll start with the Principal Secretary. Makofi yake tafadhali. Okay, asante sana. Thank you so much. Okay. So once again, makofi tafadhali, Principal Secretary. Professor Edward Kisiangani, asante sana kwa kuja. Haya, naye pia tuko na Professor Hubert, Regional Director and Representative UNESCO. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much indeed for coming. Asante sana. We also have Her Excellency, European Union Ambassador to Kenya. Makofi yake tafadhali. A big round of applause. Thank you so much for your time, your contribution, and all the other guests. Tunasema asanteni sana. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. All the other guests, Miss Patience Nyange, Miss Zubeida Kananu, Mr. Eric Odwor, Miss Agnes Kaleche, Mr. Alfred Ambani, who say asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have the timer. Let's have the timer there. It's 27 minutes past the hour. Our time is spent. We will have exactly 30 minutes. Exactly 30 minutes. And we'll have the timer on the screen. So let's take our break right now. Starting right now. 30 minutes. Starting now. When we come back, our focus will be on what the Principal Secretary was actually talking about. Media freedom, responsibility, and the democratization process. Opportunities and challenges. And I'd kindly request Miss Pamela Sitoni, please be on standby to moderate that session in the next 30 minutes. Let's have 30 minutes there. Please, let's kick off our break now. Those joining us via the online platform, we should be back in the next 30 minutes. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, our timer is on, so please, let's be back 5 minutes to time so that we can kick off. We have 2 panel sessions.
Downstairs, just next to the
So, ladies and gentlemen, our team. Please go downstairs and serve. In the meantime, may I kindly have the attention of the moderators. The moderators, please, if we can have a quick brief. The moderators. We have 2 sessions. Professor George. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute to go. I'd kindly request that we make our way to the meeting area so that we can kick off with the first panel discussion.
Yes, sir. Good, 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 good.
I'd kindly request Ms. Pamela Sitoni. Ms. Pamela Sitoni, please welcome to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to start. Ms. Pamela, karibu sana. And the panelists, please, all the panelists, please take the stage. Ms. Christine Konge, Mr. William Olo Janak, Mr. Eric Odwor, Ms. Jamila Mohammed, Mr. Tom Japani, Mr. Crispin Magak, Ms. Judy Kaberia. Please take the stage so that we can kick off because of time. Those joining us via the online platform, if you have any questions, the Menti platform is on. So you'll be able to post your questions and comments as we continue on. For now, Ms. Pamela Sitoni, please welcome. Ms. Pamela. Ms. Palmer, should we start? Okay. I'd kindly request the panelists for the first panel discussion. If you're a panelist, please take the stage so that we can start. And for the panelists, I'd kindly request that we sit at the very middle. We can move to this. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are still outside, we are about to start, and they have limited time. Miss Jamila Mohammed, uko hapa? So because of time, I'd kindly request that we kick off this panel discussion because we have another one before lunch. We hope to end by 1:30, not 2 p.m. for lunch. So please allow me at this particular time, as the rest join us, we will quickly start because we have a keynote speech that we'll have to start. So unfortunately, those who are not here, they will have to catch up with us. Those who are joining us on the online platform, asanteni sana for coming. We will have a Menti platform for you. If you joined earlier on, we'll just use the same platform. So just be there. Your questions, please. If you have a question, we want to take the questions starting now. Start with your name, then the name of the person you are directing the question to, and then of course your question or comment. So your name is very critical so that we can follow up, and the person you're asking the question's name is very important so that we can direct the question. We don't have much time. It's 2 minutes past, 2 minutes to the top of the hour. 2 minutes to the top of the hour. I'd kindly request that we start this session, and the timer will be on. A big round of applause to the moderator, Ms. Pamela. Karibu sana. Group Managing Editor, Nation Media Group.
it afternoon? Is it afternoon?
2 minutes to the top of the hour.
Is it afternoon or morning? Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We have to start and hope that some of our panelists will join us as we proceed. But even if they don't, we have an able team already before me. So please allow me to introduce our panelists and our keynote speaker for this session. Mr. Franklin Mukwanja, Executive Director, Center for Multi-Party Democracy, is going to give us our keynote address. Next to him, we have Patricia Joseph. Patricia is a Program Manager at Katiba Institute. She'll be on the panel. And then we have Mr. Crispin Magak. Mr. Magak is Team Lead Digital Editorial Content at MediaMax Limited. And we have Judy Kaberia. Judy Kaberia is a Senior Project Manager, Friedrich Neumann Foundation. I see Mr. Eric Oduor is lost, but he'll get here with time. Eric is Secretary General of Kenya Union of Journalists, and all these are my colleagues. Karibuni sana. Please welcome them with a clap. Hey, I don't know the name of this panel. Give me your program. So, carrying on with the theme from this morning, this panel is going to be looking at media freedom, responsibilities, and the democratization process, opportunities and challenges. And I'll be challenging my panelists to focus more on the opportunities because we've heard a lot about the challenges already in the morning. So, welcome, Mr. Mukwanja. Welcome.
Thank you, Pamela. In cognizance of the time constraint that we have, I will try to summarize what I had prepared as a keynote for this session. As introduced, my name is Franklin Mukwanja. I serve at the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, an organization for, of, and by political parties. One of the things that I want to quickly highlight is that broadly, we profile as an institution that the country is on a positive trajectory when it comes to matters media freedom, the responsibility of the media, and the democratization processes. But we also are keen and hesitant to say that effort needs to be made to keep things on this positive trajectory. But we also have to appreciate ourselves that sometimes even maintaining something is good progress. So we shouldn't be very harsh on ourselves. I will take an example of just the concluded general elections to demonstrate that the media played a critical role as an advocacy and good governance, promoter. And we could see this in the way the media informed the public about how democratic elections ought to be run and what this would entail, the need for an up-to-date voters' roll, the need to accredit election observers, the security arrangements put in place, the demand for an independent electoral commission. So in other words, we could say that the media, because of enjoying its freedom, was able to create an enabling environment to demonstrate that we need a democratic standard by which public authorities should be held to account for conducting an election. Running to the in-between elections, we can see that the press is playing again its democracy advocacy role, and some of the highlights that I would make include raising the issues about appropriating, appropriate use of public resources versus mismanagement. We've seen quite a lot of publications around the expenditures by the presidency largely, and that is a conversation that is quite positive. The aspects of proper policing and public safety versus, public violence during the demonstrations and the safety of journalists. We have also seen coverage around economic and social development versus growing poverty and unemployment, as well as generally issues about increasing living standards versus glaring inequality and wealth disparities. We are keen to note the responsive and public-oriented public service versus challenges around bloated and self-serving bureaucracies. There are a lot of, the court case around the chief administrative secretary still ongoing. These, of course, issues raised by the media in the post-election period. And finally, of course, the aspects of transparency, openness, and accountability versus secrecy, neglect, and repression. Where are the Chinese, contracts that some of the politicians promised during the campaigns that it will be their first duty to declare them when they get to office? But importantly, the media is playing the democracy role, advocacy role, and this is not just by targeting government for coverage and comment. Even us who are non-state actors in the private sector, we do not always, adhere to the basic standards concerning transparency, accountability, human rights, working conditions, occupational safety, and occupational health and safety, or even environmental issues. And of course, the press continues to point out these issues, and which we are keen that they do not then cause damage to individuals, communities, and the environment. Allow me to quickly address the challenges that I see, in as much as Pamela said, we emphasize on opportunities. I think one of the critical issues that the media has to be alive to is that we have a set of politicians that many a times are self-centered. We have a citizenry that, to me, working in the civic sector, in the civil society sector, seems to be too forgetful. We seem to quickly forget events and mistakes that we have made in the past and move on. We had a very good election in 2002, we were in trouble in 2007. A good election in 2013, we were in trouble in 2017. We have had a fairly good election in 2022. Are we beating the drums of war for 2027? We have another challenge, that the public perception of political parties as largely corrupt, dependent, and episodic, with most being actively during elections only. We have the power of the CSO that is diminished, and we need to see how to continually work the civil society to ensure that this is working well. In terms of opportunities, I think we are generally agreed that this country has one thing we call elite cohesion. Our politicians will largely disagree, but when they push the country to the brink, they are again quick to mend fences and be able to work together. I think the media must seize this opportunity to ensure that alternative voices, the traditionally marginalized voices, are then brought on board, so that this arrangements between politicians is not an elite, an elite arrangement by the political elite, but including the voices of the people that need to be heard and listened to. For the sake of time, I think I'll stop there to allow the discussions to proceed.
Let's give him a hand clap, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukwanja. And I think I'll leave the questions for later, together with the rest of the panel. And you seem to have set us off on a very optimistic place. So I'd like to ask Patricia to quickly respond in just 2 minutes to Mr. Mukwanja and tell us, do we actually see opportunities for media in Kenya as it stands now in terms of enhancing the democratization process?
Thank you very much. My name is Patricia. I come from Katiba Institute. Just to say who we are a non-governmental institution that deals with the protection of the Constitution as we hope towards cultivating a culture of constitutionalism. And I just want to pick up from there on the issue of opportunities. And yes, there are many opportunities for the media. Because we remember in the morning when you were saying, where are we at now? One of the issues that was said, we have a good legal framework. We have a fairly good constitution that protects media, but has it been exploited? So for me and for us, a progressive constitution is really an opportunity for media in continuing the role of promoting democratization in Kenya. Firstly, it gives us the bedrock on where do we see ourselves. And when you do a quick stock take of where we are supposed to be and where we are, and I could pick on the issue of elections and political parties and citizen participation, we are not yet where the Constitution sees where we should be, where democracy is citizen-focused, citizen-centered, and also citizen-led in many of the ways. And the media here has been, and really there is more space to cultivate here in bridging the gap between the public officers, the leaders, and the citizens through continuous public education on the Constitution, amplifying the citizens' voice in matters of public participation. For instance, if we have to participate on the laws that are coming in Parliament, how many people can reach the Parliament proceedings? Very few people. But it is the media as the in-between that will help us to see that these are the proceedings in Parliament. This is how we can also monitor how our public leaders are representing us in Parliament or in other public offices, and this is how we can contribute. And thirdly, I see a synergy in our role as civil society. The issues that we move to challenge accountability are the issues that government that media use are also challenging government on accountability. And I see a synergy here in joining civil society and also amplifying what we are doing to promote transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. I don't have time for a follow-up question, but if I do, I will ask whether we really have a civil society as now.
Okay.
Mr. Janak, allow me to introduce Mr. Olo Janak. He was not here when I introduced the rest of the panelists. Mr. Janak is the chair of the Kenya Correspondents Association. So, Janak, I'd like to pick up from where our PS left us with a lot of accusations about reporting responsibly. And I'd like to ask you, how is the Kenya Correspondents Association working to ensure responsible journalism?
I think, especially now that you have mentioned the PS, I think we need to have cause to worry. If the thinking in government, on the one hand, is to say that they are committed to, promoting press freedom, but then there is also a litany of accusations against the press. If we take, for example, the case of the PS saying that the press reported hot air regarding arrest of the former Interior Seal, then why was there a follow-up to attempt to arrest him? It means, therefore, that the press played an important role in terms of alerting the country to the possibility of something that was about to happen. And that speaks to the whole question about the role of the press as a guarantor for a sense of vigilance. Because without the press, if of this country, actually from independence before, the role of the press has often been to play the part of alerting the public to what could go wrong, to bring voices to debate certain issues that could, that needs to shape the agenda, the public agenda. Yeah. So if you were to come back to what we are doing, the Kenya Correspondents Association has probably the largest membership of journalists across the country that generate news on a daily basis. Our membership generate between 70% and 80% of daily media content. It means, therefore, that if we are talking about national conversation, then that is the role that we are playing to ensure that from every corner of this country, people are able to know what is happening. And now if we, for example, talk about devolution, we have a devolved system. I know we have non-Kenyans here. We have a devolved system of 47 governments. Now, if they are left unchecked by the media, if the national level do not know what is happening, the governance systems, the corruption, and every other thing governance that happens, and I think there has been the mention of public participation, then what will happen? So then I'm therefore saying that collectively the media has a very, very important role, but at our own level, as Kenya Correspondents Association, we think that we have a bigger role in terms of feeding the national platforms, and that is the media platform, with all the news that come across, and some of it go to the international media. As we sit here today, we are marking the World Press Freedom Day in all the regions. And those who are on various platforms, you must have seen pictures coming from all over. So that then our role is to ensure that we take debates that are here down to the counties and not necessarily have them centralized here in Nairobi.
Thank you, but I have to do a follow-up one. What in the Kenya Correspondents Association, where is the place for responsible reporting?
Responsible reporting is a debate and a continuous effort that I think all of us are making. In all our training programs, all our reporting, our capacity building programs, one of the most important things that we emphasize is the need for the journalists to report accurately, the need for the journalists to do investigative journalism. And that cuts across all our training programs. And we have done that across the country. And that emphasis has helped, for example, to shape a lot of the debates that we see here in Kenya around, if, for example, I said 70 to 90% of daily media content comes from correspondence. It therefore means that if the public has been consuming that content, then there has been a contribution significantly to responsible journalism, which we have been contributing to. And I think it's something that we'll continue doing because there are debates both at the national level and at the different levels about how this can work better.
Thank you. And my next question is to my colleague and friend, SG. And my question is linked to Mr. Mukwanja's presentation, where he talked about the media having to deal with very self-centered politicians, and we know who they are. As the guardian of journalists in this country, what can you tell us you're doing to protect your journalists from the excesses of these self-centered individuals?
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, everybody. I'll start by saying that I get worried when a politician is praising a journalist. And actually, that is what I told Professor Kisiangani after his speech out there. I told him that I agree with you because the day Professor Kisiangani will stand and say that we like the media is doing a good job, then that will be a wake-up call that there is something wrong somewhere. What we do not like is physical attacks. That's what I said. You can criticize the media, but please don't attack journalists when they are working. So what we are doing, number one, is do advocacy, because it's very important that we do advocacy to ensure that journalists are working in a safe environment. Two, litigation. We try as much as possible to ensure that if there are cases that can be taken to court to protect journalists who are being attacked and who are abused by politicians, are actually taken to court and action is taken. I can tell you that in our advocacy work, I issued a statement when former Prime Minister Raila Odinga said that we should boycott the products produced by one of the media groups in this country. And his supporters was not happy because they were saying that, why are you referring to Raila as Mr. Odinga? And I asked them, does he have any other name that I should use? So those are some of the things that we are doing. Then number three, we must also occupy our space in a political process. If you really remember what happened during elections, I haven't heard anybody complain about the media content. Even Professor, if you engage him and anybody in the current government, they'll complain about positions that were taken by media investors, not positions that were taken by individual journalists. I did not see anywhere where a journalist probably reading news in one of our outlets saying that we have endorsed so-and-so. But we are being accused by the positions that were taken by investors who are also exercising their rights. But we as journalists were in charge of the content that we produce, aired on TV or radio, and also published in the newspapers. So as far as I'm concerned, we are able to play our role very well and occupied our space in the electoral process. To the extent that right now, even if you ask me, at least I will be able to produce about 20 or 30 from 34A as evidence that elections were held in this country and these were the results. So those are some of the opportunities that are there, and we've taken advantage of that. So we have to always have this kind of adversarial relationship between us and the newsmakers, because we are in the process of serving the public and entertaining what we call the media as a public good, so that we participate in all these processes in the best interest of the public. And therefore, what we are supposed to do is to ensure that our first employer is the consumer of our product. Is our consumer happy? Then the last one is about ensuring that we continue to maintain democracy. The reason why UN came up with the UN Plan of Action for Safety and Protection of Journalists was because they said that for us to have a stable society, for us to have a democratic society, for us to end conflict, we must make sure that there is rule of law, there is good governance, and this can only come if we have free and independent media. So we have to jealously guard our independence so that we serve the society, so that even if politicians are complaining but the society is happy, that means that we are doing our job. But the moment we are seen tagging along, singing the praises of politicians, then that means there's something wrong, because in politics it's all about selfish interest.
Time. This guy is a politician, so we need to protect ourselves from him. Mr. Magak, my question is linked to what SG started discussing about safety of journalists, and you're the online editor at MediaMax. So there seems to be a very targeted campaign against journalists from mainstream media houses especially, but also a very targeted campaign to discredit media houses, media organizations. What do you think is driving this? What do you think is the objective of these campaigners, and what can we collectively do about it?
Thank you so much. So I think there is this emergence of digital space. So we have a lot of outlets out there that currently do news. So this is good and bad, because it becomes a challenge when news can be accessed, or what is called news can be accessed by anyone else and can be produced by anyone, to an extent that these propagandists would want to try to discredit what is legitimate and what is coming from the mainstream media, for example. And this is also a disadvantage to the trained and professional journalists, because they will most of the times get resistance and discredit from quote-in-quote bloggers, who most of them are not trained professionally. So I think we have an opportunity as an industry or as media to actually set or outline guidelines that can make digital space, especially on the mainstream front, legitimate. For example, I know we have the code of conduct by MCK, but I feel like there are certain trends that have not been included that governs everything that pans all the way into the digital space. I'm glad that MCK are already developing some guidelines to govern the digital space, which I think once that happens, the audience will be able to differentiate what's factual, what's true, what's legitimate. And it's also an opportunity we have as a nation, as an industry, to actually use the tools, the digital tools that we already have, to be able to fact check things and be able to churn out credible news out there that will make us more credible and differentiate us from people who would want to disregard what journalists are doing and what media houses are actually doing.
And how do you protect your journalists from online violence or violence online, but also within the newsroom?
So there are two things. We usually have a lot of trainings, safety measures trainings for individual journalists in the space, and we are also privileged to have instances where, say, bylines or identities of reporters are concealed based on the stories that they are handling, so that they are safe out there. You know that in the digital space, most of the journalists who work in the digital space don't actually go out there in the field. Most of them get the news from elsewhere because it's available. So what happens is we run the tools, the fact-checking tools, to make sure that what we churn out there is safe, and we conceal identities where possible so that you're not made out there and people, jump onto you. And we also make sure that trainings, safety measures trainings and other measures within the media house levels and even the industry are well taken care of.
Thank you. And finally, to my friend Judy Kaberia. On this panel, I would describe you as one of the friends of the media because you work for one of the organizations that supports media independence. We've heard that Kenya is doing fairly well. That is the note on which Mr. Mkwanja left us. Tell us, what must Kenya do not to slide back? And particularly when you listen to some of the politicians now, what should we do not to claw back on the gains that we've already made with regard to media freedom?
Thank you, Pam. I work for Frederick Naumann Foundation for Freedom, East Africa. And at FNF, we've been looking at the Kenyan situation. And one of the things that we really have to get out clearly is the concern about shrinking media freedom in Kenya. If you look at the statistics, at least they tell the truth. If you look at where we were last year in 2022, at position 67, and this year, 2023, at position 116. There's cause for worry. We've just listened to the peers, and for me, this is why I say kimewaramba, ama kimeturamba, yeah? I think listening to him, yes, it is good that they cannot say very good things about the media. But again, I say this is that we should not get comfortable. And one of the things and opportunities we have, and the strength that we have in Kenya, is that we are a group of major media associations in the country under the Kenya Media Sector Working Group. We have vibrant, some of them, of course, the declining support of the civil society. And if we look at where the civil society has come from, it's also an alarm to us. It's a signal to us as the media that we cannot just get comfortable. And that's why I always say we always have to learn to speak out. We have to learn to speak out when the media is under attack. And I'm happy that we've worked with the Kenya Union of Journalists, Kenya Editors Guild, Media Council of Kenya, different associations at the Kenya Media Sector Working Group, and they've been able to convene a press conference and call out where they feel that they are threatened. We've seen for once the attacks are not just on the media organizations, and the attacks are not by necessarily state officers or government, but even the public attacking journalists. I think we need to sit back and ask, what is it that we are not doing the right? We need to do a self-introspection to check what are we doing wrong that the public is not standing with us. So the opportunity that we have, for me, I think first is to be responsible in what we do. And one of the things that, even though I'm saying we need to be responsible, the Kenyan media has played a major role in the democratic process of this country, in the development of this country, bringing the stories from every part of the country to talk about whether it's underdevelopment, to talk about the famine, to talk about corruption. It is because of the media. I cannot imagine a world without the media. I cannot imagine a world without even the legacy media, a world where the social media is the one that dictates. No verification, no caution, no responsible journalism that happens on the social media. So for me, I think we have an opportunity as a responsible media, an opportunity because if we look at even the Kenyan institutions, the media is the most trusted institution we have in this country. that gives us the leeway and a better platform for us to be able to reclaim our position and not to get comfortable. One of the things that I've heard a lot of times, Pamela, is when we talk about press freedom in Kenya, a lot of people say, Kenya, you should not even complain. You people are very free. Compare yourself with this country and that country. But as the pace setters, we cannot afford to get comfortable, because if we get comfortable, then how do we become the example of a country that everyone else should follow? So for me, I think we have that opportunity. And one of the things is we'll have to learn to call out when we are oppressed, and also talk about even some of the oppressive laws that we have within our constitution.
Thank you, Judy. If we find more time, I'll come back to you. So just a last one to Mr. Mukwanja before I open it up for questions. Why is civil society quiet?
I don't think the civil society is quiet. I don't agree that the civil society is quiet. The challenge that the civil society is facing today is what we want to put across. That largely, we in the sector find that the news has been highly commercialized, and it is not then very easy to push through the content of the civil society to the mainstream media. But we have alternative platforms that if you mind to engage with them, you'll be able to find that a lot of organizations are doing a credible job and communicating about that. So I really and honorably disagree that the civil society is quiet. The second point is that over the years, and we're seeing the same hemorrhage happening in the media, that over the years we've seen the yesteryear civic actors taking significant government positions. And therefore, the government is becoming cleverer each day on how to do a counter-offensive against the media, against the civil society. And therefore, you're sitting right across the table of your former colleagues who are in advisory role for the government to be able to maneuver around the various issues that the society the civil society continuously raises. And it's interesting that that's again bedeviling the media. A lot of your colleagues are now on the other side and giving very valuable advice to the political class to do a counter-offensive on issues that should just deserve constructive dialogue about, and give the public necessary information so that we are able to move the country forward.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. Colleagues, I'll take questions, and if there are no more questions, I'll just continue shooting my questions. So, questions from the audience?
All right. Question? Okay. We've got a question there. Please keep it to 1 minute. Name and 1 minute to give you a question. Please direct your question. We only have 7 minutes left. 7 minutes left. But so far before that, there's a question via Menti. Somebody says, journalists should be in a position where they work according to their profession and not their bosses. Sometimes journalists peg a story in a dimension that the employer will like to secure the job. Take it away, go ahead.
Thank you, MC, and thank you, panelists. The question I have comes from our brother Mukwanja, who gave a keynote address. Yes, we realize that the space for CSOs is diminishing, and the CSOs need to work very closely with the media so that they can elevate the status of public debate on critical issues or pertinent issues. But even as they do so, there seems to be more inclined towards television than radio. CSOs have a bias towards working with television stations more than radio stations. Is this intentional?
There's one more question here.
Thank you. The question I have is perhaps a fundamental to all these discussions. Each one of us has pointed out attacks on journalists. How come that journalists and journalist organizations in Kenya have never filed a formal complaint to the Media Complaints Commission? And this, because I'm serving my second term, I can authoritatively say it's never been filed. So do we really believe in our own processes? And isn't our inertia the tool that Professor Kisiangani and others want to use?
I'll take that question and then I'll ask my panelists to respond to the questions as they give their closing remarks.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm one of the visitors to Kenya, and I've been hearing about the slide in the rankings for Kenya. What would you attribute that slide to? Why the deterioration in the ranking of this nation in terms of press freedom? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll start with Janak. Janak, please respond to the question. I can't. Oh, we have, Mwakazi. There's a question from Mheshimiwa. We can't.
Thank you, from Mheshimiwa, yes, of course. Thank you. I'm Kindness Paradza. I'm the Deputy Minister of Information in Zimbabwe. I listened carefully what the Permanent Secretary was saying about some of our journalists. I'm targeting the Secretary General of the Union, that some of our journalists are now political activists instead of being professional journalists. How it's happening in Zimbabwe, and I can see it's also happening here. It would appear there is a thin line now between our profession and you guys wanting to be professional. To be politicians, more politicians than politicians themselves. You now want to join us? Do you want to join us, or you must remain as professionals? Thank you.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Eric, I think you should start by responding to our honorable guest.
I agree with you. We've had such complaints, and like I said earlier on, is that sometimes these issues about perception. That because I work for this media house and the owner of that media house has taken position, I also subscribe to that. However, I also agree with you that if you want to be a politician, join politics. If you want to be a journalist, remain a journalist. Number two, the issue about declining our ranking. Anytime a country records the death of a journalist, just know that your ranking is going to drop. It happened to us when John Kitui was killed around 2014. We dropped. We built on our credibility until last year. Last year, there was the death of Ashad Sharif, which I said earlier. That if it happens, just be sure that the ranking will drop. The last one is on minor. And I was asking you a question. When was the last time the Complaints Commission had a meeting and conversation with the stakeholders so that we can see how we can work together? There is none. We meet during the interviews, then it ends there. I said that for us to address some of these challenges, we must have accountability mechanism, whereby as a commission, you have to engage with the stakeholders and see the areas where we can strengthen. Because I'm very sure not very many journalists know what you do because you don't engage them. So let the commission also have those engagement forums with the stakeholders so that we can see how we can work together.
Thank you, Eric. And I will just invite the rest of the panelists to make closing remarks. If you want to respond to the question of civil society and why you'd rather appear on TV than on radio, and any other questions as you make your closing remarks. I'll start with Janak.
Yeah, perhaps I need to...
and please watch the clock.
Where's the clock?
Where's the clock?
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think I'll agree with Eric that the Competence Commission is at the center of the creation of the Media Council, but then it is less visible. I also agree that we need to utilize it more. So I think it's a challenge on our part, but I think the engagement needs to continue as well from your side.
Mr. Mkwanja?
I think on the question of, first, the relationship between media and civic actors and political actors is indispensable in a democratic dispensation like ours. And I think we need to sometimes also make very objective assessments that are supported by some data and facts. I think that is more subjective. There isn't a basis, in my view, that the civic actors prefer TV over radio, and I get to hear my colleagues a lot in all this media across the board, including, podcasts and such. So I would want to hear a lot more about that evidence so that you can be able to decide. My final comment is that when the media prefers to cover political tactics and not policy, we tend to leave the news audience that we work for without the necessary information on critical issues. And therefore, there is need to begin to explore new pathways of how does the media contribute to more constructive dialogue and politics. Democracy dies in darkness, and we need to make sure that critical issues are being covered.
Okay, democracy dies in darkness. That's a good place to stop. I'm sorry about this. This gentleman has been harassing me about time, and we just have to stop here. Thank you very much, my panelists, very eminent people, for all your contribution, and we look forward to the next panel. Thank you. Please give them a clap.
Ms. Palmela, Sitoni, and the panelists. Makofi out of Adali, thank you so much indeed. Because of time, we'll stop there. And I'd kindly request the next panelists to be ready. But in the meantime, a big photo session there. Please stand in such a way we can take the photo. Are we ready? Members of the fourth estate, ready? Excellent. All right, makofi yao nyingine tafadhali. Asanteni sana, thank you so much for coming. In the meantime, I'd kindly request Professor George Nyabuga. Professor George Nyabuga, please be ready. You'll have only 40 minutes. 40 minutes so that we wind up before 1:30. Asante sana. It's 40 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much. Makofi out tafadhali as they take their seats. Professor Nyabuga, George Nyabuga, please take the stage. I'd kindly call upon the panelists, Miss Carol Kimutai. All right. Asante sana. Miss Carol Kimutai, Mr. Joe Ageyo, Mr. Linus Kai, karibu sana. Professor George Nyabuga, ready to moderate this session on building sustainable models for a viable media. Once you're ready, the timer will be on, so I'd kindly request that you adhere to the time, and please, if possible, 15 minutes towards the end, let us engage the participants here. Mr. Samuel Maina, Mr. Ramenya Gibendi, Ms. Fatuma Sanbur, Ms. Susan Makore, Mr. Paul Ilado, please take your stage. So we'll have 40 minutes for you once you're ready. And thank you so much for the questions that you've sent via Menti. The Menti portal is on for the next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Professor George Nyabuga. Professor George Nyabuga, please. The stage is yours. 40 minutes. There you have it. And counting.
afternoon. Microphone is working. And thanks for the opportunity to moderate this very important session. And I think it's a very important topic, very relevant, but of course very difficult to deal with, particularly at a time like now when the media is struggling to survive. We know that this is an era of digital transformation that have brought destructive effects, but also, of course, transformative effects on media. And I've been asked to moderate a session on building sustainable models for a viable media. As I said, a very important topic, but one that is very difficult. And I thought that to help us set the context for discussions that we're going to be having today, it's important to understand what business models are and how to ensure that we build those to ensure that we have a sustainable and viable media. So very broadly, business models, of course, deal with how business deliver and retain value. And I think the key word here is value. Value to customers or audiences, and of course itself, and how it provides funds to finance the business, the media business. And of course we know that there are various business models. Advertising is one of the more common ones. Paywalls, I think, something that we've started to see in the media industry. Of course, they could be soft or hard paywalls. There's membership, there's subscription, and sometimes there's even crowd funding campaigns that have been conducted to help fund the media. We also know that the media, of course, is going through serious challenges because it is vulnerable to the shocks and disruptions caused not only by the digital technologies, but also perhaps COVID-19. We also know, in relation to the theme for this year, that media viability and freedom of expression are closely related. Media diversity, diverse and viable media are vital to freedom of expression and, of course, media freedom itself. But what we are seeing in the media industry is not enviable to anybody. We know that poor pay, non-payment, and sometimes delay in salaries have caused serious challenges and violated the rights of the journalists themselves. And we know that passion for journalism and passion for media cannot pay fees, cannot buy food, and cannot sustain the journalists themselves. So as we, of course, introspect, as we reflect on these matters, it is important that we think along those lines. How do we ensure that we do not violate the rights of the journalists as we pay them badly or don't pay them at all? And of course, there are concerns about viability itself. And viability, here again, setting the context, is the ability of the media outlets and, of course, the media platforms, including the landscape, to produce quality journalism. Again, maybe the word is quality journalism, which is based on factuality, based on truth, and content that is, of course, sustainable. And as such, we need the financial resources and the development of an effective editorial strategy to deal with that. And I have numerous questions to set us off, especially to the to some of my panelists that I will direct these questions to. Mr. Joe Ageyo, as you know, is the group editorial director at the Nation Media Group. He's worked across the media landscape in this country. Prior to that, he was the editorial director at Royal Media Services. Mr. Linus Kaikai, editorial director, Royal Media Services, again, been in various media spaces, including KTN and Nation, and so he's well versed with some of the matters that we're going to be interrogating today. Mr. Paul Ilado, who is the head of content at Radio Africa Group, just right there. Ms. Fatma Sanbur, who's the Regional Program Manager, East and Southern Africa at Internews. And of course, our other guest, Susan Makore, who's Advisory Manager, Africa, One IFRA, Women in News. And she's also part of the ITP group from Zimbabwe. So some of the questions that I'm going to ask, you probably need to note them down because, you know, I sit here with Linus, with Joe, who oftentimes ask very tough questions and require that their guests or interviews respond to the same. So the first question that I'm going to ask, and you can choose which ones to respond to, but very, very quickly, Ed, how do we address, for example, the problem we have in the media sector and landscape at the moment, including, of course, concerns about, you know, lack of pay for journalists and consequently maybe violating their rights as, you know, the Secretary General of KUJ, Eric Oduor, who was here a few moments ago, might say. How do we develop and implement viable business models to advance media viability and sustainability? Okay, and who is your competitor? Is it the content creator? Is it other media? Is it citizen journalists? And perhaps lastly, to our media colleagues, would anybody miss you if you were to close shop today or tomorrow? So maybe we start with Joe Ageyo, we come to Linus and Ilado, and I will leave, I will ask the questions to my lady panelists here because they come from civil society and professional groups, but there will be specific questions to them. Joe and Linus and Ilado in that order.
I do hope that I can be heard. I don't know if my... Hello, good morning.
No. Or maybe... You might want.
It actually is.
Try mine. Try mine. That's I think so.
Okay, I think that's better now. So Professor Nyabuga has asked many questions. I actually don't know which ones to answer. How we address the problem of people not being paid. I will skip over that. Fortunately, we still pay people where I work. But I think the broader question of media viability and how to develop new models that ensure sustainability, I think is an important question. If you were to look at that issue, including the first question a little bit more broadly. And that is to say that everybody knows now that the traditional business models of the media have been dramatically challenged to a point where they have to change. And I think that around the world, this is changing, that different media houses are now grappling with how to develop new models that not only ensure the sustainability of the context in which journalism happens, but also the sustainability of journalism itself. And I talk about the context because a lot of our journalism is practiced within the context of a commercial environment. So you have media businesses. And therefore, in a sense, a majority of the journalism we practice in this country is tied to the survival of the business entities within which the media houses, which the journalism is produced. And that is to say that the discussion around the survival of journalism, if we conceive it in that manner, then has to be tied with the business prospects of the various media houses. And that is where I think Professor Nyabuga was coming from when he's talking about these new models that are coming up, which is to deal with how do you center the audiences. Because The plain facts about this is that the audiences have changed. Technologies have changed and made it easier for audiences to consume content in different ways. And therefore, whereas the people used to rush home at 7 p.m. to go and watch something on television, it's no longer the case. They can, right now, a lot of you have not left this room, but you know what is going on. You've not left the compound of this hotel, but you can tell me what has happened in Australia, right where you're sitting. And that is a fundamental shift in how things used to happen. So in terms of engaging with this new reality, of course, for legacy media houses such as the one some of us work for, has to then engage with that new reality of finding the audiences where they are. So the idea of viability and sustainability at one level involves understanding the audiences and making sure that you find them where they are. But there is a second limb to it. And Professor Nyabuga alluded to something about quality, something about the kind of journalism that then will survive in this age. Because there is a temptation to think about this as this, everyone going on their rampage and trying to chase audiences to whichever rabbit hole they will go. I don't think that that is how media survives, especially if the true mission of journalism is to be accomplished. And therefore, we have to find a sweet spot where journalism is driven not just by these market forces, but there is also a moderating effect of the mission of journalism. What do we exist to do? And therefore, I think what is relevant for us as journalists and in the context of the media houses where we work, at least as I see it, is to find a place where public interest meets with the audience. And how do you do that? It is about clearly communicating what you stand for to the audiences and drawing the audiences to this thing that you stand for, making sure the audiences understand our public interest role as journalists and creating content that speaks to that public interest and making the audiences understand why this is important to them, as opposed to, because the truth is many times, by the way, the audiences don't quite know what they want. Sometimes you present with them with something and they say, oh, actually, I needed this and I didn't know. So I don't think that we should all go wild and just start chasing audiences, whichever kinds of audiences. And finally, it means identifying or defining those audiences that we're going to speak to. I do not think that there is any media house that can have an illusion that you speak to all audiences. So you have to identify the kind of audiences that you want to speak to that will resonate also with the mission that you stand for, both as a media house and also in the context of journalism as a profession.
Joe, let me stop you there for a few moments. So that we can give others an opportunity to respond.
You really needed to do that. I earn a living by talking, actually.
Thanks, Joe. We just have about another 20 minutes or so we have to rush.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. I hope you can hear me. For me, I see sustainability as entirely related to the purpose of the media. If our purpose is exhausted, then the question of sustainability does not arise. It's actually, and I look at this purpose in terms of the basics, very basic. What does the media serve? It serves public interest. When that shifts, if that shifts, then we don't even have to discuss our commercial viability because it will be irrelevant. We exist primarily first and foremost for serving public interest, speaking truth to power, informing the public, and also graduating that role of being the messenger between those who govern and those who are governed. What I notice, and this is a sustainability question as well, Prof, is the audiences are demanding a bit more. They're demanding that you know better. They're demanding that you are able to process information. We are no longer just about relaying this has happened today here. It's not about the 5 W's and 1 H anymore. It's about what is the meaning of what those events are. And what I think that does is it's also walking straight into our journalism training curriculum. Is it the old one that just teaches about the 5 W's and 1 H? Or are we teaching our journalists as well to be analytical, to be able to interpret events, to be able to explain the meaning of things? Because audiences, and Joe has spoken about the proliferation of the means. Now with the mobile phone, you don't really need to wait for a journalist to tell you there was a road accident, there was a meeting. You have people who are directly briefing from those events. You have communicators who are actually relaying that. So the purpose of journalism is also evolving. It's demanding a little bit more. We can't be the obscure scribblers of the 1880s. We now have to be as sophisticated as the rest of the industries. Now, as for the commercial sustainability will be determined entirely by our fidelity to the purpose. If the audiences know we exist for public interest, they'll line up, they'll consume your content. If they think you're serving other purposes beyond that, then you'll pay the price. They'll vote with their feet, they'll vote with the remote control if you're on television, and they'll vote with their pockets when it comes to print media, and vote with their ears when it comes to radio. So a lot of things may change, but the purpose, in my view, remains the biggest sustainability question. Is the media serving the old purpose, speaking the truth to power, and the truth in a way that is not that it's not being interpreted these days, where you have an environment of alternative truth and things like that. So as long as you are faithful and very clear on the old purpose of the media, commercial sustainability then becomes a reliable question.
Thank you, Alinas. And perhaps that is an important question, given the fact that when we're listening to Professor Kisiangani earlier, we got the notion that speaking truth to power is something dangerous, almost dangerous at the moment. And that has violated rights and freedoms of the media and freedom of expression. Let's hear Paul Ilado's perspectives on the other questions that are asked.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope I can be heard at the end of the room. Thank you, Prof. I think for me, there are just 2 key issues that inform this discussion. Sustainability cannot be spoken about without speaking about quality of the content that we produce. I hold the view that journalism can only save journalism. And good journalism can do a very good job in saving journalism. So even as we think about how do we transition to the new world, I think we must not forget the basics of good journalism. We must not forget about how do we produce content that attracts people, that retains people, okay? So that when the analytics show later, they show that you actually have readership for those of you who are on digital platforms. I think unlike other places in the world, the print media still plays a big role in Africa, in Kenya in particular. I see people, taking seriously what is printed in black and white. It therefore means that even though we are worried that the print media is dying because there's no advertising, still an opportunity there. I think we must look at it as how might we reinvent ourselves there to be able to sustain, the audiences that actually look forward to something new. So I think for us, the challenge for those of you who are in these positions is that you cannot afford days when you cover one function in the morning and cover he said and she said, okay? I think critical thinking is important in ensuring that the content we produce is good. 2, there is a bit of teaching that has to change, and I see teachers in this room, some are smiling with me. I think if you look at the curriculum of some of these institutions, it's outdated, completely outdated. I was invited to a university sometime last week, and I went to sit to give a lecture, and the guy was asking me to teach people how to produce a print newspaper. I said, okay, fine, I'll do it, no problem. But what value would it be for someone who'll be practicing 10 years from now or 20 years from now? Okay? Shouldn't we be asking to produce a multimedia journalist, so that this person is able to do 360, give me audio, give me video, give me a script, that I can publish online. So I think for me there are three elements. Let's find things that work. One, if you're in digital space, find a model that works for you. And I think, in my own experience, reader revenue is the best. Really is the best that you can be able to make money out of. And that means you generate content that is able to sustain those audiences and able to gain you a bit more audiences. Secondly, let us take a look afresh at what we are teaching. Even those of you in the newsroom, you've been around for some time. What knowledge are you impacting on the next generation? Are you just teaching them the old stuff, or are you also learning new things that then you are able to share with the rest of the people? I think for me, those key things determine whether we save ourselves or we just sink. And like someone in Zimbabwe said, we either become politicians or remain journalists.
Thank you, Paul. And I realized that none of the three respondents answered the question, would anybody miss you if you close tomorrow? But nonetheless, we go to...
You stopped me when I was about to do it.
All right, we'll come back to that. But let's hear Fatma's views on some of the issues. And Fatma is someone that sits outside. And having listened to Joe, Linus, and Paul talk about critical thinking, talk about public interest, because public interest has become sort of something to go to when you want to hide behind a veil of addressing issues of general well-being. And I talk here as an academic, perhaps not as a practitioner, but someone who has been there, because public interest sometimes sparks of universalism, that what interests the other person ought to interest me, and that is a normative. So the question that I'm going to ask you, Fatma, is, do they, the media, understand what the audiences want? Because that's something that Joe talked about. Do they understand what public interest is? And as Internews, as a professional group, do you, for example, see any advice or any assistance that you can give to the media practitioners to be viable, to develop appropriate and effective business models?
Thanks. There are 3 or 2 questions you've asked. But thank you. Thanks for the kind remarks about Internews and the work that we do. For me, I think I've been in the media space in Kenya for quite a while. I have a background in radio journalism, and I keenly follow the media developments in the country. And I think there's a couple of items or factors that actually contribute to the media viability if we are to have the conversation right now. And I think it's about time we move from the discussions and the brainstorming and actually doing something about it for once. So just quick takes on what I think might work for us to gain that media viability in Kenya. One is the regulations. I think we need to now look at proper regulations in this space that can actually contribute or even create a level playing ground for all media actors, be it mainstream, be it community, be it the digital media. I think there needs to be a leveled playing ground for all actors in this space. And then I think number 2 that you've talked about, and I think even Joe has mentioned, is about public trust. We keep saying that over the years, media has lost public trust. We keep seeing it dwindling over the time. So how do we then look at gaining this trust back? And for me, I think it's about time that media now ventures into research into what our audiences need. We keep talking about our audiences being diverse. So how do we now move to, creating content that feeds into the public interest, what our audiences want. We can look at youth content, content that touches on women only, content that touches maybe on persons with disabilities, so that we can at least attract these particular audiences to the different contents we produce. And then I think with digital media, we've seen the cropping up of a lot of online content producers. And I think it's about time we acknowledge that they are here, and maybe they are here to stay. So I think proper attribution to, using their content, and this touches to the intellectual property. How do we have those correspondents like Janak was talking about in the field produce content, and we actually give credit where it's due? So for me, I think proper attribution to content that has been produced by independent online content creators and so on. And finally, we've talked about business models. I think it's about time we also talk about a more user-oriented or user-centric business models that are informed by what the audience wants, what the audience needs. If I may take you back a bit, in March we had the Summit for Democracy, and USAID, Microsoft, and Internews did announce a tool that might actually be a game changer in the media viability space. It's called a Media Viability Accelerator. I think if you can Google it, you'll quickly read about what it's all about. It's more of a new platform, but we are really hoping to contribute effectively to the media viability discussions moving forward. So what is MVA? It is more of a public-private partnership that aims to keep the independent media financially sustainable, so that they can continue doing the amazing work that they're doing. So it kind of looks at an opportunity where the media can learn from a community of peers, where we can have access to solutions and market insights that can actually inform effective business models. So it's a relatively new platform, but we are hoping by the end of the year, we've already reached out to some of our local media partners to access it and give their quick feedback on. But I think this will be a really interesting platform where the media can be able to learn a couple of knowledge and you also access tools that actually visualizes some of their media performance data, and you can also get the daily alerts about the changing market and media sources. So to your question about I don't know if I'm in a position to talk about who is your competitor, but I think, in my opinion, I think the audience might be our competitor in the coming future.
All right, thank you very much, Fatma. And turning to Susan, we talked about protecting the rights of all workers, regardless of gender. But we also know that research has pointed out that there are very few women in the newsrooms, especially in the top positions. But the question is, how do we make the media gender sensitive, where men and women enjoy equal rights, get the same opportunities, and where, for example, we can protect especially female journalists from online and offline threats, so that these rights and opportunities are enjoyed regardless of gender.
Thank you. I hope I can.
So microphone. Just try.
Is it on?
Yeah. Oh, you have yours.
Yes, I have.
All right. Thank you for a very difficult question. As One IFRA, Women in News, we work a lot with media organizations in terms of capacity building. And the question you ask in terms of where are the women in the media organizations, yes, they are there. They're not in the numbers that we would want. Hence, we, as Women in News, we've been doing a number of researches as well to make sure that we engage media organizations. What are the issues at play? You pointed out the issue of online harassment. I think before we even got to online, just general sexual harassment in the media organizations, we discovered was really causing a very hostile operating environment and pushing out the women in leadership. I think, guess the higher you go, the more pressure you have, and the less numbers that you meet in terms of women. Therefore, it becomes lonely at the top, and you don't know whether what you are experiencing should be what you are experiencing. And then just with general engagement, discover that definitely you shouldn't be going through that kind of hostile operating environment. But obviously, you also want to claim that space because you want to make a difference and you want to grow your career. You want to be the next chief executive. You want to be the editor-in-chief. So obviously, that becomes important for women to occupy that space. What has been obviously important is understanding that as the space evolves as well, you know, we are talking about the content. When you look at even the type of content strategies, when you look at how do you even remain viable, and research has shown that when your content is balanced from a gender point of view, when you look at equality issues, when you look at diversity, discussions came up in terms of focusing on young people. Most of our youth dividends are quite high in Africa, so that is you know, a part of the kind of people you cannot ignore. And then you are looking at diversity. The more diverse the content, one knows the better your profit margins, and also even inclusion. How inclusive are we in terms of the content that we have? How inclusive are we in terms of the systems that we have within our organizations? So these are very important indicators to look at. I also just want to point out to issues of sustainability and viability. When it comes to technology, audience engagement, it is very important to have an understanding of who your audiences are, what kind of content you are offering. And obviously research is very critical. Experimentation is key. I think, you know, as media organizations, we tend to be hard-pressed for resources. So sometimes we don't budget for experimentation, we don't budget for innovation. And when you are looking at new business models, these are the new business models that you need to research into. Someone earlier spoke about the world media trends. What are the world media trends saying? And how do you prepare? Yes, we may not be right there in Africa, but how do you prepare for that future? So that is quite critical. And technology versus people. Is it technology with people, or is it technology versus people? I think when we look at technology, we need to start harnessing technology together with the people. I think we have seen efforts to replace people with technology. I was actually reading the other day about a radio station in Switzerland that ran an experiment of a day with AI, you know, no people, even the music itself was computer generated. Obviously, we have to look at, when we are looking at technology, how do we ensure that we include the rural areas? Because for us in Africa, I know for me in Zimbabwe, you know, 70% are in rural areas. So how do I make sure that I harness technology, not to exclude audiences, but also to include them?
Thank you very much, Susan. And I realize that, you know, we only have 5 minutes. So if I gave each one of you a minute to make your concluding remarks, that would probably get us to the end of what we've been given. But as you make those concluding remarks, and again, I'll start with Susan, go to Fatma, Ilado, and Linus, and then we finish with Joe. How do we prepare for the future in terms of journalism? for a viable, sustainable media, for a media that understands what audiences need, because that is something that we have touched on and something that has come up numerous times. A media that understands the needs of society and genuinely serves public interest. So, Susan, we start with you. Just a minute or less than a minute, please, and then we proceed how I suggested.
We have to think of the public good. We have to look at how do we harness technologies to make that happen. We have to look at how we ensure that we include those people that are usually marginalized because they don't have the means. And also we have to ensure that whenever we have new things that are coming in, we don't throw away the old things. We've seen after COVID, when some newspapers went online, they forgot that they had fleets of vehicles which they could use for alternative revenue streams. Others, yes, have been proactive. They've turned those vehicles into courier businesses. We have to always be thinking, how do we remain viable? How do we remain in business? How do we sustain both the business and the business of making news?
Thank you, Susan. Fatma, less than a minute, please.
I think it's about time we, acknowledge that independent media is now being looked as a public good and as well at the same time a private enterprise. The moment we start thinking this way, then we start looking at the innovations out there that we can start using for content generation, for creation of user-centric content and so on. This actually might be able to put us in a better place in the future. The other thing could be us looking at what other countries are doing. I think we are doing well, but we can do better. And there's, we've seen the widespread of media in the 19th century, in the 20th century we've grown, the 21st century can be maybe a defining moment for us. So how do we prepare for that future with AI, like my sister has mentioned and so on. So I think we need to do research and see what's out there that we can experiment.
Thank you very much, Fatma. The importance of research.
Three things for me. Number one, innovation. You must dream, eat, think innovation every single day in everything that we do in the newsroom today in order for us to survive in the future. Number two, technology. There are laggards who, have a challenge, but we must carry them along with us because they are the leaders today and they must make the decisions for a better tomorrow. I think we must all learn technology, keep abreast with the latest developments, and just see how might we harness, this technology to be able to drive the next level of journalism. Number three, I think we need to find creative ways to bring revenue into the newsroom. Okay, we all agreed that traditional advertising is gone. It's not about to come back. So then, how do we pay our bills? I think you must diversify. For those of you who can do events, for example, there's a great opportunity there for you to, begin to get some revenue stream, for you to be able to create content that is able to attract readers and keep. I think there's room for you to try and see whether you can fundraise. There's a bit of money out here. I just learned that recently, that, there are people with lots of money who don't know what to do with the money. And they're willing to, support public sector initiatives. So can we find those people? Are we able to manage the money well so that we are able to produce the content that can keep us going for the next many years?
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think for me, going forward, we just need to know that there are two things on sale with regard to our sustainability. We only sell credibility and we sell trust. And those two only operate within a particular framework that is unchanging through times. And that frame is the frame of public interest first, what public interest is and what serving it actually means. And the second element in that frame alongside public interest is the need to always follow the code of ethics. Our professional code of ethics, just like the frame of public interest, is unchanging through times. Our industry plays by certain rules, and if we play by those rules, then we'll get to our product, which is selling credibility, selling trust, and news and products that are believable.
Thank you very much, Linus. Joe, you have the last word.
Thank you. I think it's only fair that then I end it on a hopeful note. I think that storytelling has always been there since time immemorial, and people will continue to tell stories. So we are basically going nowhere. I think what has changed is not what we do. It is more about how we do it. So it's the means with which we do it, and therefore we must be more creative. As someone talked about innovation, we must innovate, we must experiment, we must not be afraid to challenge our audiences with new formats and see what they think about it. Because someone said that if Ford had asked the audiences or the customers what needed to be done to improve transportation, they probably would have said faster horses. And when the car came, they said, oh, this is actually better than faster horses. So I think that there are ways of telling our stories differently that even the audience doesn't know about, and we must take charge, not fear experimenting, innovate, but remember that what we do has not changed. It is only the methods that we must adopt and the means through which we do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. And let me just say this, that I think we've had very little time to discuss a very important issue. And what I know is turning a challenge into an opportunity. Maybe we can call a conference, or we can organize a conference to discuss this more important issue. I think a day-long conference would be more appropriate and would provide an opportunity to all of us to share our experiences, share solutions to what we are facing. Thank you very much once again to the audience and to the panelists. Thank you.
Professor George Nyabuga and the panelists, thank you so much indeed. Another beautiful round of applause for them. Asanteni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes to 1:30. Quick instructions as we get ready. Let's take a photo. Let's take one final photo. Thank you so much for your input, your presence. Asanteni sana. Makofi nyingine tafadhali. Asante sana. Asanteni sana. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. Two things. Number one, as you exit, you will receive a voucher. Very important. Voucher. Number two, we're going to have our lunch at the Nyama Choma Ranch. Nyama Choma Ranch. You'll be guided once you get to the exit point. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 hour. Let's have the 1 hour. Let's have the timer. Fantastic. Let's go. So lunch begins now. We kick off at exactly 2:30 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make it here at 2:30 p.m. Our timer is on. It was an honor serving you as the moderator. Thank you so much to all the moderators. I'd kindly request Mr. Peter Opondo and Mr. Victor Capillo, please, if we can have a quick brief, I'll appreciate. In the meantime, those joining us via YouTube or Facebook, the timer is on the screen. Let's meet here 2:30 p.m. Of course, you joining us online. Asanteni sana. Mr. Peter, asante sana. Mr. Victor Capillo, if you're here, kindly may I have a moment with you? Mr. Victor, thank you so much. All the best. See you in the next 57 minutes. Dear panelists, just before you leave, just check whether you have all your belongings. Very important. Hey, good to see you. Thank you so much. Good to see you again. Appreciate it. Thank you. Dear panelists, the Ugandan team is taking a photo. Please join them at the front. Francis Mureithi, Miss Irene Majale, and we also have Titus Gitonga representing Miss Sheila Masinde. Miss Julia Majale, Managing Director, Tuko Media. Apologies for that. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to start. Microphones, okay, I'll give you 5 minutes extra. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick story as we set up, a quick story, ladies and gentlemen, eyes on the screen. Kuna mmoja wetu alisema ametoka Tanzania. Yuko wapi? Tanzania, asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Shukran ndugu. Karibu bwana. Sasa mimi nina hadithi kutoka Tanzania. Kuna mtoto mmoja wa miaka 10. Huyo kijana, acha nizungumze kwa Kiingereza ili wote tuelewe. 10-year-old boy living in poverty. The father decides to sell the only piece of land they had. He was out of school. This 10-year-old boy decided to go to the police to report his father. But the interesting turn of events is that the police officers were absolutely amazed. 10-year-old boy going self-initiative, and finally somebody decided to pay for his school fees, and boom, this is his story.
Mimi Mungu alinijalia kwa jinsi na mama, Mungu alinijalia.
Session. It's 30 minutes past the hour. We have our panelists ready. We have our moderator ready. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next 40 minutes, please let us welcome Mr. Peter Opondo, Consultant, Strategy and Communications. A big round of applause for him and the panelists as they start 40 minutes. Karibuni sana.
Microphone. Hello everyone. I think we'll kick it off right away. As you've been told, my name is Peter Opondo. I worked in the media in this country and Uganda for about 20 years. Right now I am teaching, but I'm not teaching media, I'm teaching strategy and innovation. So we are looking forward to a very exciting 40 minutes, and we want to do it quite differently. I will just ask my panelists very quickly, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, introduce yourself, and then we kick it off.
Good afternoon. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon.
Microphone one.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good. Good afternoon. My name is Titus Gitonga. I work at Transparency International Kenya and programs where we deal with engagements with citizens and mostly accountability through use of media and technology. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay. Maxence Melo. I'm from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I'm the Executive Director of Jamii Forums. I'm also the founder of the famous platform in Tanzania called Jamii Forums. We have been in the space for over 20 years. We reach more than 3 million people every day. I'm happy to be here.
I'm Charles Bichachi. I'm the public editor for the Daily Monitor in Uganda. The Monitor Publications is a subsidiary of the Nation Media Group. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Oliver Mavenga.
We can't hear you, Oliver. Just microphone, please. Go ahead.
Okay, hi everyone.
I think let's go to the next person as we wait for Oliver's mic to be fixed.
Well, good afternoon. I hope I'm audible. My name is Francis Moreidi. I work at Radio Africa Group as the digital editor, and I'm also a council member for Kenya Editors Guild, handling online or digital spaces.
Julia?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julia Majale, Managing Director at Tuko Media. Previously, I was the Managing Editor at Tuko Media. Thank you.
Okay, so now because I hope Oliver's microphone has been fixed, you will begin your 5 minutes to do your keynote as you introduce yourself. And we are here to talk about innovations in journalism. And I think this is a continuation of a conversation that we had in the morning. We're talking about sustainability of media and the business models that we need to adopt if we have to survive in the long run. So Oliver will kick us off with a keynote, and then we will come with a few questions to give us perspective of how this industry is. Oliver, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Opondo. My name is Oliver Mavenga. I'm a managing editor at Nation Media Group in charge of audiences and engagement. And I'm happy to be here and to discuss this very important topic which would take a lot of time to do, but I'll try and summarize as much as I can. And the topic is about innovation in journalism and how we adapt to audience changes, as well as what kind of challenges this is presenting the media, as well as what technological changes we are seeing and how we can innovate around it to make journalism sustainable. One of the things that we have had today and we continue to talk about is that media or journalism is not changing, or journalism has not changed. What has changed is how we do our journalism, how we create our content, how technology has enabled us to change the way we are even distributing our content. And so with this advancement in terms of digital media, there are several issues that have cropped up that has made us to be able to first and foremost understand that the audience has really changed in terms of how the audience perceives us. Many years back, when we started, 16 years ago when I was in the newsroom, the thing that we used to do to get audience feedback, for instance, was to wait for them to come and visit the newsroom, for them to call on the landline, or to send a letter to the editor. But today, audiences are giving us feedback. Immediately we publish our content, whether we are publishing it on our own platforms, whether we are publishing it on third-party platforms, such as social media, and Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and the rest. And so this instant feedback has created a challenge for us where the audience is keeping us on our toes. And for that, we have to think about how best can we meet the audience needs. And so with these changing audiences and changing in the behavior of the audiences, where most of them today are on their mobile phones and that's where they consume content, how can we as the media ensure that we are getting content to the audiences? Today, even the homepage as we knew it, in terms of websites, news websites, has changed. Today, we have more audiences coming to us through other channels other than coming directly to our websites. So how are we able to reach those audiences? How do we keep them captivated with our content to the extent that they are willing to consume that content? And eventually, when we move to the level where we are saying that we need reader revenue, how are we going to ensure that they are attracted to our content well enough for them to pay for that content? Since we know that advertising models are no longer working as best as we would have wanted, we need to go to the readers and ask them, how is it best for us to give you content that you can pay for? And so that is the major challenge that we have to think about. What content can we create? Content that audiences love and are willing to pay for. The other issue that we have seen with audience behavior changes is that a lot of audiences are looking for personalized content, in the sense that they want content when they want it, and where they are. Prime time, as we knew it, has changed. Today, 9 p.m. bulletins, 7 p.m. bulletins are no longer as attractive as they were to audiences. Most of them probably have other things to do, and they want this content packaged in a way that meets their own preferences and needs. And so, as the media, we have to ask ourselves the question, are we innovating around what the audiences want? Or are we still trying to create content and distribute content at the convenience of the newsrooms? That is one of the major questions that we have to ask ourselves. And one of the things that a lot of media houses, media managers are struggling with is, how do we know these audiences? With technology, we are able to know the audiences that we are reaching to. We are able to see who they are. We are able to know where they are. We are able to know what time they are coming to consume the content. We are able to know the peaks. And so we are able to ensure that we fit within those parameters. And so audience analytics is something that we can't run away from in newsrooms. We have to make our decisions in terms of editorial content based on data. So all our decisions must be centered on data for us to be able to meet what the audiences want. And this does not just, it's not just about digital. It speaks to data about how people are watching TV. What times are they watching? So that, is it that at 9 p.m., if they are not watching TV at 9 p.m., should our bulletins continue to be at 9 p.m.? If they are not picking the newspaper in the morning, probably we need them to pick the newspaper in the afternoon. So we have to think about what data is telling us and how we can best use it. So in terms of threats that are coming in terms of how audiences are changing their behaviors and how they are consuming content is that with the advancement of digital, we are faced with a lot of misinformation, fake news. And so as media houses, we have to innovate in a way, how do we become the purveyors of truth? That audiences, when they see something out there, before they believe it or spread it to the next person, they come to us to confirm that information. So that trust that the media has always had is something that we have to continue building. And build it in a way that we are able to ensure that audiences move away from this news avoidance that we have seen in the recent past, where because of the kind of stories that we are telling, a lot of audiences are running away from us. So how best can we do it? So that we become the fact checkers of all the information that is out there on digital. And that speaks to also what we are doing in our bulletins, in our newspapers. It does not hurt for us to innovate in a way that our newspapers are speaking to those challenges that we are facing on digital. It's not a competition between traditional platforms and the new platforms. It's about how can we work together to ensure that we are doing our job that journalism should do, that we have a purpose, as Linus talked about in the morning. What is the purpose of journalism? What is our journalism? And that's a question I always ask every journalist. What's your journalism? What do people know you for? And how does that speak to the content that you are putting out there? So finally, just to look at how technology and the changes that we are seeing and how technology can help us innovate, is that every day when we are speaking about technology and the advancements that we are seeing, is that I'm always telling people are afraid, journalists, newsrooms, afraid of AI. You should not be afraid of AI. AI will never replace journalism. You'll be replaced by a journalist who is using AI, because they can use it better than you. They can do things better than you. Yeah? So when we look at technology, let's not look at technology as a threat. Let's look at technology as an enabler to what we are doing. So that when people are watching more videos on TikTok and are not coming to visit our YouTube channels, we should ask ourselves a question. What are we not doing that it's been done on TikTok that audiences are headed there?
Okay, thank you, Oliver. I think because of time limitations, I want to ask a couple of questions in one, and we'll just run through the room and hear your perspectives. So the first question is this. Innovation begins by understanding your customer. Do we, using your personal experiences, do we really understand our customers? Number one. Two, in terms of creating value for our customers, can we all say, because we, in different perspectives, even if you're not working in the media, would you say that the media today is relevant in the sense that it's creating value for the customers to the extent that they are willing to part with their money to pay for the sustainability of media houses? So let's go.
Thank you. So in terms of looking at whether the media understands their clientele, and for us, I'll look at it from the investigative journalism lens, where we are talking about media as a public good and the essence of media in creating awareness on issues that are happening, but the depth at which the consumers of investigative journalism work, mostly, for instance, government, oversight institutions, civil society organizations, and the general public, because there is some outcry that you want, or there is some reaction that you need to put out there so that citizens are able to act and demand for accountability. And in doing this, I think it's important for journalists to realize that governments in their own ways have now adopted a lot of open governance initiatives, and it is up to us, if you are focusing on investigative journalism, for instance, to go deeper than what is already available. And to the extent that you have gone to the extent of being an expert around an area that you're doing investigative journalism on, and therefore package that information in ways that are relatable to that targeted audience.
Yeah, but you're prescribing a situation. I ask a specific question.
Yeah.
Do you think that value is being created right now?
It is, and I think we have seen it in various ways. So if you look at the various pieces that have come out, you've seen a lot of media trying to package the information very specifically to targeted audiences, and creating, going deeper into investigative journalism, and also the fact-checking bit of it. We have seen instances where that value, we've even fact-checked information that is coming from government and seen reaction from government in responding to that.
Great. Let's hear from Maxence.
Okay. Should I speak Swahili or English?
Whichever.
Cool.
Hopefully, but there are people who don't understand Swahili, so please, if you can English.
I can English, but I'd love to speak Swahili so that we...
So I hope somebody can translate for you? Or?
You'll do it later. I won't speak much.
Okay.
Do we really know our audiences? I may say, nilisema niongee Kiswahili. Niseme hivi, tuna changamoto moja kubwa kama taasisi za vyombo vya habari. Kubwa sana. Kwamba tunajitahidi kuijua hadhira tunayoihudumia, lakini hatujui nani mnunuzi wa maudhui tunayoyazalisha. And for the sake of the English audience, let me speak in English. If you do not know who is buying your content, actually who is your customer, sometimes it's not the content readers who are your customers. And do we really go to the market to do the market survey? I may say not really. And why? I sit on top of a platform which is very popular in Tanzania, and we have been there for over 20 years. We had to revisit of what we do in 2017, like 6 years ago, and came up with the strategic plan to do everything that we are doing right now based on the studies that we held in the mainland.
So what are you doing right now?
We have about 11 projects that we're working on. Actually, the landscape of Tanzania under the previous regime made us revisit our programs. We had the Stanford University's Stanford Seed program, which came into our business to get a better understanding, revisit our business models, and trained us as leaders on how we can lead our team. Mm-hmm. Now, if I speak to the general audience, if you speak to media owners and ask them if they engage the journalists themselves on coming up with the strategies for the business they are running, most likely not.
Yeah.
And if you do not engage your team, and the likelihood of having a product which goes to the market, which has that value for the market, is at a minimum kind of rate.
Okay. Sebo, tell us from Kampala.
I think we don't have a full understanding of our audiences because the audience today...
Microphone, I think.
Is it on? Is it on? Yeah, well, the audience today...
just give it a second so that you... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't seem to have a full understanding of our audience.
Is it on?
It's on. Doesn't like me. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we don't seem to have a full understanding of our audiences today because we have the audience today is like a moving target. Because it's a moving target, we are responding the way most soldiers would do. Increase the firepower, bring out the other gun, and the result is that we are completely missing the point because one, we pull out the demographic gun, we say the audiences are young. Yeah. So we downgrade content to appeal to the young audience. Then we say the old people no longer matter. But at the end of the day, we are not looking at the lifestyle aspect of this audience. How much time do the current audience have for us as a newspaper? Because they are, sorry, I come from a newspaper background. Yeah. But as media, because there are so many things that are competing in the lives of the current audience. And until we find a way of fitting ourselves, and that is by being relevant, we are missing the point. If we add more pages to the newspaper or increase the news bulletin in the evening to 1 hour, so we think that perhaps give more content, but nobody is going to watch us because there are more interesting things to follow or more things to read. So the current media, we don't need to increase the size, we need to fit in the lifestyle of people. How many people wake up in the morning with the idea that first thing I have to do is to consume news? Not many. So that has changed the dynamics.
You see, that can be challenged. Let me ask you a question. How many people wake up in the morning and go to their social media feed to check what's the news around the world?
And that's the competing aspect.
They are consuming content, isn't it?
Yes, they are consuming content.
So your assertion that how many people wake up to watch news, to assume that they don't do, is wrong. They only don't consume your Monitor newspaper, but they go to check for news, right?
Yes, they do. And that's why I said there are so many competing sources of information, sources of, other things that are preoccupying them. So the traditional media, the way it was, is no longer the primary source.
Great. So let me hear Francis. Ken Karibu, I hope you have a microphone. We'll get to you. Francis, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think I'll start by attempting to answer what you asked. Do we really understand our audiences? I think locally media houses are really trying to understand audiences, and that is why you see even some media houses have even created new roles that were not existing, new posts of audience engagement or even a manager for audiences. That is an attempt to understand the audiences and also trying to tailor our content based on what audiences want, because there is one thing of understanding the audience, and there is the second element, are you serving them what they want? But the main challenge in my own experience, and I think my colleague here has alluded to it, is we are dealing with a moving target. The interest of audiences and what they are looking for and the consumption habits are shifting a lot. Yeah. Today, this is what I want, tomorrow I've shifted. So it means that the media houses or us in the newsrooms, we have to keep on shifting also, shifting our gears.
But Francis, let me I teach nowadays, and I like to correct framing of issues. Yes. When we say that we give the audiences what they want, I think we are framing it wrongly. We should be giving the audiences what they value, not what they want. Because you can want anything, but if you give me what I value, I will give you my money, I will give you my attention. So to say that the audience is a moving target is actually, again, framing it wrongly. Because I think if you understand me, you will know what I value. And what I value will most likely be what I want. Sorry for that, but you can proceed.
Yes, let me also correct you. It is not about it is
yeah, go ahead.
It is about how you serve it.
Yeah.
How do you deliver this? That is what I mean. Yesterday, probably I used to love to watch news, probably get news maybe from Facebook. But tomorrow, my focus is TikTok. Me as a producer of content, am I pushing my content to TikTok? This is what I mean. The interests are changing. The content could be the same. If I value this, but what platform are you using to serve this particular content?
Which is the vehicle. I hear you. We could go on for a whole day. Julia.
Just one more thing, and I think when it comes to innovation, something else we have to understand as media houses is that we're also dealing with tech giants. People like Google, people like Meta, they're also innovating a lot. So we are sort of playing catch up, and it leaves us with limited options, if not to probably even explore things like partnerships with tech giants.
Okay. So, Julie, I think we really ventilated on that issue, and I want to ask you a specific question. I think you worked in the legacy media. Right now, you're an MD of a startup media, so you're playing in that space. Tell us, what was your experience working in the legacy media in trying to understand your customers, and now when you're working, and especially in charge of an outfit, what is the difference, and where do you think we're going?
Wow. When I was in the legacy media, I think it was like around 8 years ago, things were being done very differently. On that, I was on a digital desk. At that time, we used to copy what is on the newspaper, and then copy the same thing on the website, and then we post that on social media. Then when I move to the digital side, things are very different. Whatever you're giving people on social media is very different with what's on the newspaper. You had to package it differently, come up with different headlines, something that's going to actually appeal to the audience. So that's some of the things that's one thing that I noticed that was different. How we sourced for news was very different. How we distribute that news and how we produce was very different to what was happening in the legacy media.
So what's your experience right now as per what you're doing? How do you understand your customer? How do you go about it?
I think what we have very good feedback mechanisms, and I think Oliver has alluded to that. Once you understand what the audience wants or what the audience needs, and they are communicating this through their feedback, that way you are able to serve them and actually give them value.
Okay, so let me introduce Ken Otwenyo. Ken Otwenyo is the chief executive of Cape Media, if I'm not wrong, and I like Ken's presence here because Ken comes from a commercial background, yeah? And those of us who have been in newsrooms know that we fight a lot with the commercial guys because our interests don't always align. So we are talking about understanding our customers and giving them what they need. What has been your experience before you are in commercial and legacy media? Now you're in charge of a media outfit.
Thank you very much.
Take this microphone, if you can pass it over. So quickly, because we have like, I want to open the floor.
No problem. So allow me to register my apologies for the delay.
Go ahead.
But my experience has been, I think we are torn between what you are referring to, what is valuable and what actually the audience does require. From a commercial perspective, you're working from, you're hoping that one, editor is able to aggregate the audience, then basically two, you're actually able to then commercialize it. Currently, my experience now sitting in a different role is actually then being torn between, first is that, are we pushing out valuable content, number one, or are we then responding to what the audience wants? And those two are not necessarily always aligned. But a balance has then to be found that also just takes care of what you which I'm much more concerned about now, which is basically media viability. And part of that viability aspect also has a commercial acumen to it. So I consistently have to find that it's a continuous balancing act in terms of pushing what is valuable to the audience and actually what giving out what the audience wants. The risk for me is basically leaning towards one side increasingly, so that you are seen to be serving one aspect and not necessarily the other. So it's a perfect balancing act consistently. I agree with my fellow panelists here that we do not necessarily have what you call real-time fast data that allows you to adjust quickly. So what is relevant now won't be 30 minutes from now if something else is trending online. Now, initially when we were working in legacy broadcast, Peter, and we worked together, is that we had the time to basically serve the news for 3 p.m. or whatever timeline that was. But now in this sense, it is consistently being packaged and released. Now, my strength or the strength for us will not necessarily lie in our ability to deliver speed, but basically in our ability to deliver insight and perspective. Now, part of that value that we deliver is that where's the value proposition that I have that is not necessarily what has already been delivered between 7 a.m. in the morning and 3 by the time I go for packaging.
Yeah, so thanks, Ken. And I think because of time, and I think we have less than maybe 12 minutes or so, if there are questions, so that the guys in the panel can take notes and they will answer as they close. So I think we'll start. I think we'll take 4 or 5 questions and then we come back to the panel.
Right, questions. Do you have a question? Name and question within a minute, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Christopher Alvin Mokaya, a leadership coach and a youth mentor. My concern is the content that media pushes, because this is a highlight of the year in the media industry. We have to get it right. Why is it that, for example, in Kenyan media, people are afraid of switching on their mainstream media stations? Because the first thing is politics, 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 politics. Where was the research done to know that Kenyan consumers just want politics in the news, even in the print media. Headlines, there is no business headline. We are not even promoting intra-African trade. Where are we heading? So my question goes to Melo, Jamii Forums. What would be your advice? Because I'm focused on the young people.
Thank you. Thank you.
What would be your advice on a young person who wants an alternative source of media or alternative source of news? And how have you packaged your startup or your Jamii Forums? And how can you advise those who are going in your own direction? Because clearly, we are tired of the mainstream media.
Thank you, Alvin. The other question somewhere.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much, our fellow panelists this afternoon. I think I'm very happy to listen to the word innovation, but I'm asking myself from where I sit, because I've been in the legendary world, legendary media, and now into private practice for over 10 years now. Sorry, I didn't say my name. I'm William Ogonda. Can media houses, mine is not a question, it's a comment. Can media houses begin thinking about investing in research? Because if you're going to be innovative, you have to invest in research. Media research, so to speak, and other arms of research. So that even if your marketing division is going out there to look for clients, what are the latest trends in the market on certain aspects of development?
Thank you.
And so it would be good that media houses invest in research. I don't know how many media houses have research desks other than just having the news desk, the marketing desk, the whatnot. Establish a research desk that can complement the news desk and the marketing division.
Okay, thank you. Was there a last question somewhere?
Okay, thank you. My name is Baraka Kiranga from Tanzania. I'd like to ask the panel, in implementing a subscription media business model, how can we determine the right price to charge the audience? My thinking is that if the price is too high, people may not be willing to pay, but if the price is too low, it may be very challenging for the business to generate more income. Thank you.
Great, so I think, is there a last question? Go ahead.
My name is Caroline B, and I have 3 questions. First of all, I'll direct the first question to Irene. She's talked about...
Apparently she's called Julia.
Oh, Julia Irene Majali. We schooled with her, so I know her other name.
The secret one.
So she has talked about the fact that when she was in legacy media, there was a way that they were doing things differently. And right now, I'm really interested to know, how are you sourcing for your news? Because you're an online platform, you do not have journalists really going out to the field, I believe so. So how are you sourcing your news? My other question is to Oliver. You've talked about what the audience want, and that has been echoed by a lot of the panelists. What is it that the audience really want? Normally when they get or when they reach out to you, what do they tell you that this is what they want? And now, how do you know that this really is what they want? My other question is directed to Mr. Francis. I think also Oliver can take that up. 2 or 3 years ago, Nation Media Group and Radio Africa came up with a paywall, and all of a sudden it disappeared. So I want to know, why did it disappear, and probably what were the trends that you noticed from that? Thank you.
Great. So I think 2 minutes, Oliver, I think you'll take 3 minutes, maximum 3 minutes, and then we'll do maybe 2 minutes for everyone to conclude. Wow, we have 6 minutes. Oliver, do 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'll do 2 minutes. So I'll just go directly to those questions. I had some thoughts about the other issues, but in terms of what you've asked about, the last question about the paywall, that was a more strategic decision, because it was a time that we were going to an election, and we thought that it was important for that free access to content that Kenyans needed, so that we ensure that everyone has that information that they need at that particular moment. One of my roles now is to bring back the paywall. So we'll be asking you for your money very soon. Yeah. In terms of audiences and what audiences want, I always want to distinguish between what audiences want and what value we are giving to what they want. Because audiences want a lot of things. If you look at the latest digital report, the 2023 digital report, you'll notice that in Kenya, out of the top 20 websites, 6 were porn websites. So, is that an assumption? Can we make the assumption that they want porn, and so the media, as a media house, we can decide to produce porn? Of course not. So, we have to look at the audiences, and there are many ways of looking at audiences, and we do research. For those asking whether we have research desk, we do research. We look at our data analytics in terms of the analytics that we are getting from both our own platforms and also social media platforms, YouTubes of this world, and that can help us determine what exactly are audiences skewed towards and how can we ensure that they get this. And that's why at times, in terms of even politics, the most interesting thing about all these people seated here and others in this room will tell, in this audience will tell you, is that politics make up less than 10% of the content on our platforms. We have a lot of content on agriculture, on business, on tech, on all manner of content. But the highest traffic is to those political stories. So it's not because it was on the headline.
Yeah.
It's what people are consuming.
Yeah, you're giving the audience what they want. Eh? Okay, Titus.
Yeah, so I think listening to it, then it shows just what, as William has said, research is a bedrock of all this, and we need to change our training programs to respond to the journalist that is able to act within a space of having skills and knowledge to produce the kind of work that will be valuable, bring value to the audiences. I think that is just it.
And I think in terms of adding value to this conversation, we need to be very clear what kind of research we are talking about, because you could be talking about editorial research, you could be talking about audience research, you could be talking about business model research. We have to be very clear what kind of research you're talking about and what will help our businesses be sustainable. Maxine?
There was a special question to me. Yeah. Actually, Jamie Forums plans to get into the Kenyan market. That's why we have been here for over 14 days doing research to get a better understanding. So when I look at everyone here, I see you as a potential partner in the near future. In Tanzania, Jamie Forums has signed 8 MOUs with state actors to make sure that as long as they are the ones who are holding information, then when we're doing information dissemination, then they're the guys who are going to pay for the content.
Okay.
Also, we have signed 19 MOUs with civil society, strategic partnerships with the CSOs to make sure that we amplify the right kind of content on the digital space. And we have 3 universities in Tanzania that we have signed MOUs with to build the capacities to journalists in terms of public interest journalism and investigative journalism, because we have a tool on Jamii Forums which is embedded called Fichua Uovu. And we work closely with the Anti-Corruption Bureau to make sure that we curb corruption in the country. We also have a citizen-based approach of information fact-checking. It's called Jamii Check. And this is a good tool for the youth to combat false information. It's not fake news. There is no news which is fake, according to me. Also, we have one competition, which is around $15,000 as an award to citizens who are writing stories of change that are going to trigger change in terms of good governance and accountability. So, in general, I strongly believe, in this kind of age of artificial intelligence, you are a product of your own algorithm. So we have to be careful on the type of content that they're sending to the general public and the impact we might cause to the public.
Yeah, we don't know everything that the audiences want, but we do know some of the things that the audiences don't want, and that are fueling news avoidance.
Yeah.
We know that a lot of audiences run away from negative news. We know that a lot of audiences want positive development news. So I think we need to tailor our journalism, not necessarily run away from the gotcha journalism where we are simply out like hunting. We still do accountability journalism, but we need to create more positivity in the media so as to get more people reading us.
Francis, your maybe 45 seconds, because I see we have only 30 seconds.
Thank you. At Radio Africa, our paywall is working. It is bringing money. We didn't shut it. But what we have learned is that people are willing to pay, but they are willing to pay for quality content, what they can't find elsewhere. And also, how do you determine the pricing? It is about market research and also engaging audiences a lot and asking them, are you willing to pay this? And do you think you are getting value for what you are paying for? But also there's the element of the technology you are using, because if a user finds it difficult to pay and read, then that user will vanish from your product. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia?
Caroline, I'd love to make a correction. I think you said we don't have journalists. We do have journalists, trained journalists. I'm a journalist myself. How we source for news? We source for news on social media. We also have journalists who we send to the field. We have correspondents all across the country who send news that we produce. We also do what is called user-generated content. You source for news on social media. You talk to these people, speak to the sources. We do conduct interviews and cover a lot of human interest stories. So that's how we're doing things differently.
I was meant to ask you this question. Is Tuko viable as a media enterprise?
Yes, it is.
So you guys are cash positive?
I cannot give all the details, but what I can say is it is sustainable.
Great.
Yeah.
You're yet to finish.
Oh, yes. I was saying we would do what we call user-generated content. We reach out to audiences and people, stories that we see on social media. We talk to them, get the feedback, or we sort of seek consent on their stories. We publish these stories, and we keep getting more and more, and that's how we've been able to sort of focus on a lot of human interest stories.
Thank you.
That was my response to Caroline B.
Ken, 30 seconds to conclude this.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
So I just wanted to state that I think finding the audience sweet spot is a consistent journey. It's a road under construction. It's something that you have to experiment on based on your audiences and the platform that you are on. And you might not necessarily reach nirvana on a single day. And even if you do, the destination tomorrow has changed again.
Yeah.
So the biggest tool at our disposal is our agility and dynamism. That's what I can say. So every media house then has now to build itself on those two aspects. That you're agile enough to respond to market demands, dynamic enough also to set trends where necessary. Thank you.
Yeah, so guys, thank you so much for your insights and perspectives. I think we'll all agree that from the conversations we've had, the issue of innovation, sustainability is very key for media, not only in this country, but in the region and across the world. I think we need to have more forums where we go deep dive into the real issues so that we can find a way of ensuring that the media is sustainable as an industry. Thank you so much, everyone.
Mr. Peter Opondo, thank you so much, and the panelists. A big round of applause for them. Thank you so much indeed for your time, for your presence, and your input. Picha tafadhali, asante sana. Njoni hapa, karibuni hapa mbele, asante sana. Haya, uko tayari kabisa. Shukran. Makofi yao tafadhali. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the next panel discussion, 40 minutes. And I'd kindly request the moderator, Mr. Victor Capillo, to be on standby. Excellent. But as they prepare, the panelists, as they prepare, just give me a bit more of sound. So, listen, let's be upstanding for a moment. Let's just be upstanding for a moment. This is a long journey, and part of the journey you will have to jump. You'll have to let's all be let's be upstanding. So if you don't know how to dance, all you just have to do is jump to the beat. Just jump to the beat. Are we ready? Okay, this is for everybody. I want you to be settled. focused for the next session, okay? Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go! Come on, everybody! Come on! Come on! Jump it! Jump it! Jump it! Jump it! Come on! That's it! That's it! Jump it for Africa! Well done! Well done! Fantastic! Hey! That's it! The energy! The energy! The energy! Fantastic! Jump it out! Jump it out! Whoa! Asante sana, you may kindly take your seats. Well done, well done, well done. Keep the energy high, keep the energy high. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to focus on media and content regulation, emerging models. And I'd kindly request that we put our hands together for Mr. Victor Capillo. Victor Capillo uko wapi? And all the panelists, we have Mr. David Omoyo, Miss Rosalia Omungo, Mr. John Okande, Mr. James Wamadhai, Miss Jane Kabayo, Mr. Alfred Mbani, Miss Jan Ajwang, Miss Aculet Kasaid, Data Protection Commissioner. Karibu sana. Over to you. Over to you, over to you. Mr. Victor, makofi yake tafadhali. Amefika. 40 minutes. Let's have the timer ready. Timer. Let's have the timer ready. Let's have the timer, let's have the timer. And by the way, please know that we do have Menti for you to use. There is Menti. Listen, just posting those questions and comments, very critical indeed. You may ask the question, but unless we capture it, it's gone. But if you post it, we have it. It's data. It's data. So please post those questions, and if possible, also indicate your name. Thank you so much. So are we ready? Let's have the counter, the number, 40. All right. So once you're ready, Mr. Victor, you're ready? Excellent. Let's have the timer there. So your 40 minutes. Take it away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Welcome to this panel session. My name is Victor Capillo, as you've heard. From the Kenya ICT Action Network, KICTANET, which is an ICT policy think tank based here in Nairobi. Glad to be having this conversation with the very eminent panelists. I'd just like to have one round just to introduce yourself. Just quickly, just say your name and your organization. John, we can start with you with the mic going that way, and then we'll go to the meat of the, start with John, and then we go this way.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Okande. I work with the UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa. We are based here in Nairobi, covering 13 countries. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jan Ajwang, and I work for Media Focus on Africa in Uganda.
Good afternoon. My name is Joan Barata. I'm a lawyer. I specialize, I work a lot on freedom of expression, media regulation in different parts of the world, different international organizations, but these days I'm here as part of the ITP program, as a thematic mentor, having very interesting discussions with the different participants in different countries. So happy World Press Freedom Day to all.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, excuse me. Hello everyone, my name is James Wamadhai. I work for the Bloggers Association of Kenya in partnerships and advocacy.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Rosalia Omungo, the Chief Executive Officer of Kenya Editors Guild.
Good afternoon. My name is Alfred Mbani, Communication Authority of Kenya. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Immaculate Kasait. I work at the Office of the Data Commissioner as the Data Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Maybe bring that mic here, because I think there's another second mic. Maybe So, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, over the past couple of years, we've seen quite a significant transformation in terms of how media is consumed and the various types of content that is emerging. So our panel session today is going to focus on media content regulation and emerging models. And we have a very distinguished group of panelists. And to start with, I'd like to have John to share with us in a few minutes just some perspectives on the issue.
Thank you. Thank you very much again for the invitation. Of course, the new challenges are several, but let me just make a few reflections on what we may have ahead. The first thing that I would like to say is that I think it is very important to bring the human rights standards back to the conversation on regulation, on media regulation. Because in the course of the last years, I think there has been a process of nationalization of speech regulation, which is in contrast with the process, if you wish, of globalization of communication, but states have become a little bit afraid of the power of speech, decentralization of speech, international global networks, so that we have seen many states adopting many laws in order to keep control of the way speech is disseminated in their respective jurisdictions. And these laws do not take into account, to put it mildly, the international human rights standards that they have been mentioned here, were adopted several decades ago. And what is also important is that nowadays, more than ever, we have very important, very relevant, very developed African human rights standards. Now we have the new version of the African Declaration on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information, and also the case law of courts like the East African Court, the ECOWAS Court, and even the African Court on Human Rights that give already answers, indications on what kind of access to information law you should have, who is a journalist, who is not a journalist, what is media, how to regulate online platforms. Most of these, I mean, you may find the answers in the African human rights standards that are already there, and let's say governments are not paying attention. They only concentrate in very domestic issues, how to preserve national security, the COVID, the distrust, etc. And also, I think that it is very important to, let's say, re-internationalize human rights and take them back to the discussions about media regulation. The second thing is that media regulation needs to encompass something that is a consolidated reality, which is the fact that media and journalism has changed. And now we do not only have traditional media, we need to understand that we have other forms of media, other forms of reporting on matters of public interest that deserve the same amount of protection, the same amount of regulatory protection. Does it mean that nowadays everybody is a journalist? Of course not. But this means that nowadays more people than ever can engage in acts of journalism. And these acts of journalism deserve to be protected. Of course, these acts of journalism, in order to be protected, they also need to respect the ethical, professional standards that characterize journalism. Otherwise, they are not journalism. But media regulation, if it takes an approach that is restrictive, protectionist, based on licensing, certification requirements, putting barriers, what the regulation will do is to expel, let's say, relevant actors outside the area of ethical standards, because then the message that we're saying is that you are not one of ours, so you can do whatever you want. It is much better to embrace via regulation, from a horizontal perspective, a new idea of media that encompasses many different types of actors. So we need to stop focusing on elements like, professional contracts, licenses, or specific technologies, and have a more horizontal perspective of media, in the sense that media is every single person, a journalist or media, every single person activity that reports on matters of public interest based on certain ethical and professional standards. The third thing, let's not be afraid of technology. Let's not have an approach to technology that is exclusively based on harms. So that every time we talk about the internet, we say, no, the internet, we need to regulate it because it's bad. It creates danger. It creates turmoils, etc. This is understandable. Let's put things in context. When the printing press was invented, I mean, the Catholic Church, who dominated the dissemination of information, said, but this is terrible. Now everybody will be able to publish, to reach out to the public. And now we will have fiction or God knows what. So that was already a disaster, the printing press. When the cinema was invented, a group of people in a dark room together watching something, that it must have been created by the devil. This is the end of our civilization. Television, radio, the end of the families. I mean, this is the end of quality, the end of culture. So every time a new technology is created, there's this reaction saying, oh, these will take us to the complete disaster, to the destruction of all our moral values. We need to understand that, of course, technology brings some risks. But we also need to understand that nowadays, digitalization is here to stay, that this will be the main enabler of the right to freedom of expression, and therefore any regulation needs to be proportionate, not to focus only on harms, but also to enable. And what I think it is very important is that divisions that exist in our societies. And of course, the easiest way to pretend that we address hate speech is by imposing on platforms the obligation of eliminating hate speech. But maybe we have hate speech because there's something wrong in our society that needs to be addressed in a different manner. So let's be aware of the fact that sometimes by regulating, let's say, the public space, we're trying to address problems that are much deeper. But what I want to say is that we need to focus on legality in any case, and we don't need to try to create new categories like legal but harmful, or try to delegate on platforms the responsibility of addressing the problems within a society or defining what is true or what is false, because we will then, in that case, we'll only make the problem worse. So these are just a few reflections, provocations, if you wish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joe. Very, very interesting reflections, and you know, setting the tone. I'd like to invite Rosalia, who is from the Editors Guild. I mean, John spoke about, you know, ethical standards. You know, as the editors, what challenges do you face in maintaining or trying to maintain high standards in news content in view of the challenges we face? And what do you see as the role of, you know, editors in ensuring that, you know, news continues to be accurate and relevant, and, you know, complies with the ethical issues that we are saying now, that we have journalists who are licensed, and we also have everybody else who could be a journalist. Thank you. Right. 3 minutes. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So the first challenge that I see on the social media platforms vis-a-vis the legacy media is, you know, that move to try to compete for the advertising revenue. So the social media platforms have come on board, and they have taken a bit of chunk of the advertising revenue, because some of the small businesses rely on these platforms for publicity. And therefore it creates the sort of advertising gap in this big media. This creates a situation where some media houses tend to be fast, you know, they want to be as fast as social media, and try to fight back that speed. Sometimes this has had adverse effects in the form of the rush to break news on social media, where, for instance, adequate checks did not take place, verification did not take place, thereby what's posted then becomes inaccurate, and then now the other processes have to follow of apology and also of bringing down the content that was already aired. And this therefore affects credibility of a source, affects the credibility of a source, and we know that audiences can be quite unforgiving. They will judge you based on, a mistake that happened yesterday. And therefore, the role that I see for legacy media is, first of all, is that each media has different ways to deal with problems. And I feel like the public still trusts, legacy media. Legacy media is still the go-to media, and then readers seek to, mainstream media to ascertain what's happening. And I think a case that I would like to mention quite recently was when Elon Musk gave the deadline. It was April 20th for payment of the legacy blue check. And what followed after that was, lots of credible media institutions had their handles, impersonated. What does that mean? It means that there are people out there who know that you're credible and they would like to be you, they would like to be identified with you. That's why some media houses had as many as 15 different outlets in their name, just because of that credibility. So in order to overcome that challenge, I think the issue of quality control must be in place. Quality control will help to maintain the credibility of the media houses, ensuring that the necessary checks are put in place before information goes out to the public. And in addition to quality control, the transparency really in the process of news gathering. At least, I don't know how many other media have a public editor. I met the public editor for Nation Media Group, and I think both Kenya and Uganda. Yes. The institution of public editors into the newsroom, I think, was a very good move, so that they are able to explain the news gathering process to the audiences. I mean, allow audiences, allow your audience to ask questions and then explain how you arrived at the decision that you arrived at. So I think that when we have that sort of transparency in the news gathering process and quality control to retain public trust, then those two are a good start. Of course, this is in addition to the era, let's just say that the era of competition is over, and we are ushering in, or we should usher in, the era of collaboration. We are done with the issue of, being the first to break the news. Why don't we do more collaborations? And I am happy that media in Kenya have, taken up that role of doing more and more collaborations as opposed to going it alone. We are partnering with, the media sector working group, and quite a number of the institutions are represented here to do things together as opposed to, to operating in silos. We did work together in the, in the presidential debates, which was such a good model of collaboration, training of journalists together, sourcing funds to do work together as opposed to each and every silo, going to look for money to do the same thing. So we are in the era of, we've thrown out the competition and we are embracing collaborations, and these are some of the moves that will help to overcome the challenges facing the disruption.
All right. Thank you very much, Rosalia. Those are very useful points. Of course, competition is still an issue, and quality control and the other suggestions about how media can collaborate, I think would be useful, and how they can bring that collaboration in the new. I don't know whether we should continue calling them legacy media now that they are present in both the new media and the legacy. I think we can do some homework about the terminology. Thank you very much. I'd like to come to John. John, you work for UNESCO, and from where you sit, you work with multiple countries. And just hearing what John had said about how do we deal with harmful content, what is legal, what is illegal, and disinfo that is rising. What can stakeholders do about these challenges? Very briefly, in 3 minutes.
Thank you, Victor. I think the centrality of content moderation is working together with different intermediaries. And in as much as we know this is a new problem that we have to contend with, and that is the problematic content. Whichever way we look at it, it can be disinfo, misinfo, hate speech. Within UNESCO, we've been trying to test different elements, and recently in Kenya, there's an initiative that we're currently working together with multiple stakeholders, and we call it Social Media for Peace project. And mainly it's to work with different stakeholders to come up with mechanisms that would help address this issue. And we know there is the regulatory way, which mostly cases are taken to court. I'm sure most people here are aware of the Meta cases, the Twitter cases, TikTok cases that will stay in court. But is that a way? It's one way to deal with some of these elements. In the morning, it was mentioned that we have so many regulations, which, of course, can help. But from where we sit, more and more what we try to do is how can we come together? And recently we worked with the regulators, most of them represented here. There's Communications Authority, Media Council, NCAC, and a multiple of peace builders and tech, and launched a coalition of these stakeholders in Kenya. Academia is also involved, so that they can come up with mechanisms that not only look at the legal way, but also other ways that you can dialogue with tech. Because the reality is we have problematic content. Algorithms, the way they are defined, they're not defined to help you get good content. They are economical. Basically, they exist an economical model for each algorithm that is being designed. And to tech companies, one, they need to make profit. They need to balance their books. So they will not put the user's interest as first, or let me give you good content. So the more you get the problematic content, they make money. But how can we find modalities that we can dialogue together with them? You can discuss with them that this is the problem, how can we sort out this? But allow the solutions to come from the stakeholders themselves and not tech prescribing. If you look at the community standards, we did an assessment sometime last year for Kenya, and you find even the local languages are not mirrored in the content moderation practices for most of these tech companies, but they still make profits. I think there was some disaggregated data, particularly for the global south. I think it's only 6% of the profits that come back to the continent. But if you look at the money, the amount of money that goes out. So from where we sit at UNESCO, we believe all is not lost. It's important that we dialogue. It's important that we create these platforms. It's important that we have a common voice as multi-stakeholder entities, and Kenya has taken lead in having a coalition that has regulators in it, academia, tech companies, public policy experts in it, who are working together, and I'm sure Victor and other colleagues know about this. There's a lot of good recommendations that are coming out of that engagement. So to my mind, I know people have different thoughts on it. Tech will still exist. Technology runs fast. than legislation. So do we need to have more legislation to catch up with tech because innovations happen day by day? Or should we find a common meeting ground where we discuss and say, this is the problem, how can we work together to sort out this problem? And maybe just to share, after the launch of the coalition in Kenya, we've had several interesting conversations. Last week, Meta reached out. They want us to discuss how can we work with the coalition and address these things, because research indicates this is the problem. How best can we work with it? We've seen discussions around content moderators, and it's a good interplay, I think, maybe for the guys with legal background who will tell you. Sama says contracts, they no longer have contracts with Meta, so it means that the 43 people are not working. But the judgment that is passed is those people are still working with Sama. So these people need to get jobs, they need to work, but also they need to have good working conditions. So how best do you discuss that and have a common meeting ground whereby the rights of these 43 plus and other content moderators who are moderating problematic content are looked at? Or should we just continue with the legal way and not look at other mechanisms that can help these people now who are out of work to also be part and parcel of the good processes we are in? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, John. You raised very interesting issues about, the good work of the coalition and, how we should approach regulation in terms of much broader and having common shared understanding of the problem in order to regulate. Someone once said, when I was in school, that innovation is the enemy of regulation, and regulation is the enemy of innovation. So even as we try to innovate new technology and how to regulate, then we must know that there's some creative tension between the emerging technology and the regulation that either needs to catch up, or sometimes that balance will continue to be there. And as we speak about that, I'd like to bring in James. James, you represent the Bloggers Association of Kenya. As we speak about approaches to regulation, people have said bloggers need to be regulated, or they should be independent, or should regulate themselves. How do you see the industry evolving, and what are some of the benefits or challenges of self-regulation? As we move forward in 3 minutes, as a note, we are running out of time.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. Every time I'm on a panel on media, I'm always asked this question. And the thing is, we've always been for this as an association, self-regulation, because self-regulation is basically pushes the ethos of the right to free speech and also the right to free expression. And in my opinion, if there's like some sort of regulation, I feel like it will, how do I put it? It will not make the space free, because what will happen is that a lot of people will start to self-censor, and then also regulation bring the conversation of certification, and a lot of people are not going to be able to create content the way they're able to create now. So for us, self-regulation. But the way we do it as an association is that we have self-regulation, yes, but all our members have to sign a code of conduct. It's the same thing journalists do. So if you go against the code of conduct, then you go through a process, and you can also be expelled. But I'm happy to report that we've never had to expel anyone. Of course, there has been complaints which we've handled, but most of our members abide by the code of conduct. Something else that I think is important to mention is that I was part of the ITP program, a media development initiative, and our project as Kenya was to implement public editors in media, and for media houses, it is easy to have a public editor in the sense that you can either use someone in the media house, in the newsroom, or you can, like NMG has done both in Kenya and Uganda, you can actually appoint someone. But now we were of the idea that an association like ours could have a public editor, such that complaints that the bloggers are not handling can go to the public editor who will be within the association and can sort out any issue, and that we're aiming to finish that project this year and install a public editor. Other issues I'm seeing is a lot of people, an issue I'm seeing going forward is some people are not our members, and so they create content, and the public interfaces with the content, but we do not, since they are not our members, we cannot force them to follow our code of conduct. So unfortunately, as far as that's concerned, we can't do anything in case something happens. But there's a remedy. Currently, the Media Complaints Commission also covers. The Media Complaints Commission also covers bloggers. So in case there's something happens, the public can go and complain to the media, or rather lodge a complaint to the Media Complaints Commission. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. I know, sorry for rushing you, but we just seen the time flashing. I'd like to come to you, Jane. We've spoken about different regulation. For the lawyers in the room, they know that ignorance of the law is no defense. What is the role of training to help people understand these new regulations that every day are coming, and what strategies can be put in place?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. Now, just hearing what he was saying, I think the role of training should start even from the grassroots up to the legislators, really, because sometimes the people who are making these laws may actually struggle to know actually the details of what it means, because perhaps the fear of technology is a thing that is overshadowing them. They will just say, like for example in Uganda, there was an amendment of an act that the motivation for some people to vote for it, to push for it, was because of the fear of technology, perhaps, that was being thrown around them. So the role of training means that even the people who make these laws have a genuine, clear picture of what they are regulating. That's number one. When it comes to the general need for media literacy, I think it's needed more than ever. Communities and even journalists need to understand these laws, and they're a critical stakeholder in this decision making. But if they're not trained, if they're not empowered to know what it's all about, then we'll have struggle. We have struggles with self-regulation, because people may think that they have no obligation to show some basic good manners online, because they haven't understood the implications of maybe hate speech, the tarnishing of other people's names and everything. And so with the legacy media, at least you can easily locate them and call them out, and they kind of understand certain obligations with the regulator. But individuals and perhaps bloggers who may view an association to have barely any jurisdiction over them, then the training should go beyond the structured training, but we have to continually teach people that, you know, there's certain basic behavior that you need to have perhaps online, so that you can you can try and not infringe on rights. But the funny part is, perhaps in my country, I find that the people online are the minority. I don't know how it is in your countries. They're the minority. And so the kind of content that is going out in non-online spaces is just as dangerous, you know, and have we reflected on that, you know? And the regulatory authority might easily access those who are posting things online, then they will find people in the informal groups, you know, spreading all of these things. And even with the number of many radio stations that we have, and the things, you know, there's a whole beautiful guideline on content, but then just the policing, you know, and for even with good intentions, might be a whole difficult thing. So the training should be, one, in media houses, two, to the regulators, even the legislators should be trained to understand what actually they are regulating, you know, and what is dangerous and what is not dangerous. We need to be able to debunk, indeed, the fear of technology.
Thank you very much. That's very, very interesting that, you know, all relevant actors need to be trained. I see the clock is not on our side, but I don't know if I'll have a few more minutes. But I'd like to invite the regulators who most of the time, or rather the government regulators, because I think we are all regulators in a way. We regulate ourselves, we regulate as groups, and then we are regulated by the state. So I'd like to invite, you know, Alfred from the Communication Authority. First, you know, what from where you sit, considering that you regulate the entire ICT spectrum, you know, and new content continues to come and new technologies continue to come. What are some of the challenges you face? And, you know, what strategies are you employing to address these new forms of technology and content? There's a mic there. 3 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. Yes, from where we sit, and that is for Communication Authority, being the ICT regulator, and with relevance to this forum, the broadcasting, I would say, subsector, which is very key in this country. There are many challenges, but first and foremost, let me say that authority is a creature, it was created by law. So because we are a creature of the law, we have to implement the law, so we have to follow the law. But as we see, sometimes the drafters of the law, by the time the laws are drafted, may not have certain things in mind. ICT sector is quite dynamic. So many things are changing so fast. The pace at which we change our legislation does not match the changes in technology. So we find that technology is always ahead of us. And as one of my fellow panelists say, one of the disasters we can have is to try and regulate innovation at the very first, because you just kill it. An example of in the ICT sector, one of the things that actually two regulators agreed that they will not jump in is M-Pesa. When it began, it was left to nourish, to reach a maturity before sets of regulation sets. You can imagine what would have happened when M-Pesa began, and the regulators put in regulations. So those are some of the innovations that you would give innovation time to mature, and as you watch, and at the appropriate time, now you come in to regulate where it's necessary. So I think from the media sector, of course, we have a number of instruments that we have put in place in accordance with the act that has established us. It gives us certain powers under Section 46A to do certain things, and part of that is to have certain other subsidiary legislations which then help us to regulate the sector. So we have the broadcasting regulations, which have been around, been operational for quite some time, from 2009 up to now. And then we have the programming code, which is very key for the electronic media houses, because that is really the standard, the content standard that guides them, and it has a number of provisions which give proper guidelines on how, on how they need to do certain things. But I want to say that the online space is one of the areas, and then the social media is one of the emerging areas that for a long time, I would say that it's a concern to many regulators all over the world. I think we have colleagues from the region in their respective countries. Online platforms in terms of regulation has not really picked up because those are some of the areas where there has been quite a number of innovations here and there. And regulating internet is a big challenge. We, as regulators, we have been watching it, and we believe at this level of adoption of online services and social media, perhaps it would be appropriate time now for the regulator to start looking at it more closely, because in terms of even utilization, we have now more people turning to the social media and online platforms and the traditional media, which the law anticipated and set in place the various regulations for us to be able to regulate. So one of the things the authority is, in fact, is a challenge, but which I think we are moving in the right direction, because the authority plans to do a study within the by the end of this financial year, or in the early next financial year, to do a study on online services, including the over-the-top services, so that we can be able to first determine the level of adoption, because we want to have regulations or regulatory framework that is informed by data. So the level of adoption, but at the same time, what is that regulatory framework that can be used? Do we need to regulate it, or don't we need to regulate it? So basically that study is aimed at looking at that area.
Okay.
Yes. Just to finish, in the area of content regulation, again, in this country you may have noticed, or for others who are outside the country, there are many regulators who are regulating the sector, especially the media sector. We have the Media Council of Kenya. They have a role. Each one of us is established by an act of parliament to do certain things. So there's a lot of collaboration. We have the Kenya Film Classification Board. It has a role in the content regulation space. We have also other actors like National Commission of Integration and Cohesion Commission, NCIC, which also has a place in terms of issues of hate speech and such like things. So as a regulator, what I just want to end by saying is that, yes, there are challenges. One of the things is that CA does is to ensure that it is in the forefront when it comes to technology at the international level, to ensure that Kenya gets a fair share of the top-notch technologies that the world is adopting. And when it comes to spectrum, because that is one of the, I would say, the channels that will enable the media to operate properly, the FM, the TV stations, and even your communication, we ensure that the country, the World Radio Communication Conference, has access to spectrum, and we secure spectrum for this country, so that we can be able to launch the latest technologies in the ICT sector, which includes the media, and there's a lot of convergence. So I think that's one of the other challenges that we are having. Telecommunication and broadcasting, there's convergence in terms of technology, in terms of devices. So there's a very thin line.
Yeah. And thank you very much.
That's why we need to be in the forefront in ensuring that we are doing all that we can to ensure that this country moves forward.
Yes, thank you very much, Alfred. Sorry for cutting you short, but we are running out of time. I'd like to move to the newest regulator, who is our first data commissioner. You're many regulators, but and people have said, "Oh, don't regulate. Privacy is important." Journalists continue to face privacy risks. How are you working with your other regulators and stakeholders to ensure privacy protection for the media?
Thank you. Does that limit my minutes to 3?
Please try to keep it because the clock.
10. Which one?
The clock is running and is
I think it is important to just give a bit of background that I'll try and speak to 4 issues as quickly as I can. I think the data protection regime has called us to order as a human being. It is basically telling us, fine, there is innovation, there is, we like to share a lot of our information, but at the end of the day, we are human beings and we must take care of our human dignity. I think it's telling us stop, pause. One of the panelists talked about, and I'll come back to what are the global trends, the issue about all of techs are interested in about capitalism. And it is true, it's really surveillance capitalism. At the end of the day, is what is it for profit? So all the innovations, algorithms, they are all towards how much can I make out of it? We as a country, as a nation, as a human, likes to share. We like to share our lives, our children. But I want you to pause for a minute, because I hear this a lot. When you enter a building, they ask me for too much information. Or when you are meeting a stranger and they start asking you personal information about your children, where you live, how much property you have, how much assets you have, you feel uncomfortable. And that is the essence of data protection. It's true we are the latest regulator in the house, but we are being called to order because of global trends. And perhaps the European countries took this a little bit more seriously following the Holocaust. Due to the passing of the Convention 108, because we know that out of that experience of a Holocaust, your personal information can be used to discriminate you, to actually then lead to even things like killing of people based on their race, based on their ethnic, based on their sexuality, based on so many things. So that's what data protection is, to call us to order. So as a result, you've seen in 2018, the European Union under the GDPR, which was passed, many countries are now asking those questions. And it's very simple. It's about principles. As we speak, before we come to self-regulations, there are basic principles that you need to reflect on. Us, in this space of content creation, what is the information for? Is there a lawful basis for it? Is there accuracy? Is there data minimization? Do I need to share everything? Is there transparency? Is there consent in some cases? Essentially, we are being put to order and being told, please, before we go the next step, ask these questions to the people who you're collecting information from. The Data Protection Act actually appreciates the role of journalists in this space because of issues around public interest, and actually gives an exemption to how when journalists actually do their work. But having been given that exemption, I think it's responsible for journalists to actually then make sure the information they publish is accurate and takes into account issues of data minimization, so that you're not publishing things that have not been verified. I think that is what the Data Protection Act has. It doesn't come to gag, it comes to give you a framework. 3 issues about self-regulation. The Data Protection Act recognizes this is a very vast area, and therefore the need for self-regulation. In fact, one of the things that as an office, the expectation is to come up with a code of conduct for journalists, so that it's able to help them in terms of how they do their work. So self-regulation helps us. However, what will we do about those notorious people? Even with self-regulation, they still go ahead to harass people to an extent of almost affecting their mental health. I think those are questions that we must reflect and see how then we deal with it. As an office, we are very keen on purposing to collaborate. Because being a new entity, we recognize the need that Kenyans may not know about their rights around data protection, and therefore in a need to walk that journey on data protection, and therefore they need to collaborate. However, in instances where you have people, even when they know this is happening, are notorious, there are penalties that can be imposed on these to call them to order in as far as data protection is concerned. I want to stop there and just emphasize Technology is there to help us do our work more. We can't wish it away. However, when we collect information for commercial purposes, it's absolutely important to ask for consent or give an opt-out to the people who we are collecting information from. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very succinct presentation. Very quickly, just for the representative from the Media Council, how is the Media Council evolving in its approach to regulation in response to the changing media? And you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Leo Mutisia. I work at the Media Council of Kenya as a manager, research, planning, and strategy. My CEO was supposed to be sitting here, and then there was Victor Bwire. Victor is at the back there. I'm going to invite him at some point, but...
No, just go to the question.
Basically, I wanted to pick it from where she left it. That's all right. Where she's saying that we need maybe to come up with a code of conduct for journalists and indicate that we already have a code under Schedule 2 of the Media Council of Kenya. But beyond that, in the spirit of collaboration that Keg was talking about, we also went ahead a few years ago and assisted worked with the bloggers, influencers, and digital natives to come up with what we call the code of conduct for digital practitioners. It's available on our website in the spirit of promoting what she's calling self-regulation. And of course, the biggest question is what she has posed on. How do you hold to account the exigencies, the defaulters of the same spirit of self-regulation? And that's where the Media Council comes in, but majorly focusing on what we call the legacy media or the mainstream media. Media Council is established under the Constitution, Article 34.5, which basically and majorly encourages a body that is independent of all actors. And that's why we must play our role in a way that we don't venture too much, we don't collaborate too much, and we also don't stay too far away from our stakeholders. And what we have done as Media Council for us to execute that mandate thoroughly, we have a robust media monitoring program at the Media Council of Kenya, where we sit down and we scrutinize on real time all manner of content that is passing through various media channels. We are recording what is happening on broadcast media, radio and TV. We are on print media. Every day we release a brief on what print media is talking about, on when there are issues. Then we are raising these questions and bringing them out to the public and to the actors themselves, and we're challenging them to continue improving. And when it comes to online, again, our mandate is again restricted to journalists, accredited journalists, journalists who are within the mainstream legacy media description. So that's what we do. You've seen, I'm sure most of you have seen our report. I think I still have a lot of time. You need to give me more time. Yeah. So you've seen most of our reports that talk about some of these salient issues, and you've seen that we also enforce from an evidence-based practice, so that we are not accusing media of things that they have done that they have not done. So if you come to our database, we have all the evidence that you can against any journalist, against any media house, and there are ways of going about that. There is an administrative approach that the CEO uses, the show cause approach. But then there's a complaints commission, the Media Complaints Commission, that is an appendage in a way, but very independent from the Media Council Secretariat, where people can take, adjudication mechanisms from. So you keep harassing me, so I don't know what to do.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, but you have to cut you short, but very, very interesting remarks from all the panelists, useful in terms of having a complaint mechanism. Like the Data Commissioner said, regulation is there to call us to order and put us in order if we can't order ourselves. So I'd leave us with those remarks, but ladies and gentlemen, please let's give them a round of applause. I know this panel, this is a whole day's conference. And of course, I know, please understand, is that at least we managed to get some very useful insights from the team, and we appreciate your contribution in terms of how we are going to address harm online, how we are going to collaborate and ensure that everybody is involved, the value of training, the importance of self-regulation, the roles of all the different stakeholders, including all the various different regulators, both present and others, and the importance of human rights as a key, central in that regulation. We need our human dignity dignity, we need our freedom of expression, we need freedom of the media, and that is why we are celebrating press freedom today. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and have a blessed World Press Freedom Day. Thank you.
Victor Kapio, a big round of applause to the moderator and the panelists. Thank you so much for your time. Time for that wonderful photo. Asante sana. Because of time, we should be out of here. It's 11 minutes past the hour, so we should be closing. We have a closing remarks and vote of thanks. So I hope we'll do that before at least 4:40. 4:40 we should be done. We should be done. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Excellent, excellent. And possibly these will be my final remarks as well, as I usher in another formidable team to give us the closing remarks and the vote of thanks. All right, asante. Makofi out tafadhali wanapoketi. Shukran. All right, I finish with a story. It's been an honor serving you as a moderator. My name is Johnson Mwakazi. Quick story. I thought about it and I said, if we can do this in such a way we can push government to act on behalf of just one person, we've actually worked. A couple of years ago, this gentleman went fishing. All of a sudden, flash floods. He found himself trapped for 3 days. No hope. He had given up.
For 3 days since Friday, Vincent Musila had become an attraction for the people who came here wondering just how he could have found himself in the middle of raging flood waters. Waters that have claimed the lives of many Kenyans in the recent weeks. He would be seen often pacing up and down with his hands in his pockets as his neighbors diligently and effortlessly tried to find ways to rescue him. But when that failed, Musila would sit down and stare at the waters whose roar had become louder with every passing wave.
But finally, because that story was told, the government acted on behalf of just one person. Musila's life, he said, he felt like he was born again. If we did it for Musila, we can do it for many others. Ladies and gentlemen, it was an honor serving you. Let's do it for the many people we can serve. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to the Commissioner, Media Complaints Commission, Mr. Henry Maina, for the closing remarks. Then back to the one and only Victor Bwire. Makofi out tafadhali.
It's always a pleasure to be ambushed, and my colleagues most of the time keep putting my name on a program without consulting me, but I've become the victim of their excesses. But I will not complain like Professor Kisiangani. So I think we've had long hours of deliberations, and it is important perhaps to remind ourselves that some of us today sit in these spaces because our predecessors sacrificed to have these discussions the way we are having. It is not all gloom and doom for Africa. I've been part of these advocacy processes for some time, and I remember, perhaps when I was far younger, that the discussions in Windhoek that gave us World Press Freedom Day began because Gitobu Imanyara in Kenya was in jail. Somebody else in Cameroon was in jail. And if you had picked the 55 countries, again not 54, because there is Western Sahrawi. The number of journalists in prisons in each of these countries, some we didn't even know how many. Today, the situation is not as bad as it was in 30 years ago, but it's still bleak. In Burundi, the Court of Appeal, I think yesterday, just affirmed a 10-year sentence to one of the investigative journalists there. So she's going to remain in prison for another few more years, given that she had just served 2 years. So if you look at the terrain of the countries here, there is a decline. A few years ago, we had tried to begin pulling ourselves up, but we've all gone down. Tanzania is down from 123 to 143. Kenya is down from 69 to 116. Uganda is down from 132 to 133. Zimbabwe is down from is up. The only country, in fact, that is up with a few. Yeah? From 137 to 126. And Rwanda is down from 136 to 131. So the only saddening part is that we are all competing on the lower part of the league. None of us is on the upper part of the league. Remember, there are 180 countries that are being assessed, and Africa seems to be competing from the lower part of the league. If it were in Premier League or any other league, then we are fit for relegation. But we will remain countries because we must. So what do we make out of these processes? One, that there is need for us to amplify ethical, responsible, and professional journalism. There is no way we are going to replace it in our countries. We can't replace it with citizen journalists. So occasionally, governments would want to use citizen journalists to push certain agenda and vilify mainstream or professional journalists, as it were. So they vilify professional journalists at the expense of what I'll call peripheral journalists. So I don't call them citizen journalists. They are peripheral in this sense that nobody has given them ethical standards to follow. So one thing that is emerging is clarity that we need ethical, responsible, and professional journalism to be supported. But that will come from personal responsibility. It will come from peer review mechanisms. It will come from self-regulation within our media houses or within our own outfits, because some of the media outlets are individual. So you are the owner, you are the editor, you are the reporter. So you will have to exercise some self-regulation. But for regulators, it is time to embrace bigger normative understanding of self-regulation. That even if the Media Council of Kenya wanted, and I like Leo pointed out they are doing monitoring. What of if we begin to require of them to monitor online media? There is no machine that will enable them. So increasingly we will become unable to monitor. But if we begin to sell to groups of people, what are these community standards that we can all agree on? How come if I were to run on a market today and they notice that I am naked, the market will be uneasy. There's something they will do. Yeah? Even though markets have their own madmen who are naked. But a new madman who is naked, there is a process of trying to dress you first. So certain community standards are required. Why? Communally, we agree, for instance, that child pornography is no. There is nobody amongst us who says that's something we want. So there are certain standards we can begin to adopt. We can't continue to say standards are bad. There are certain things America says no to, even though their First Amendment says there shall be no regulation. But they don't allow child pornography. So we can also begin to do that. Number two, that there is need for us to be a bit innovative, adapt more, and be creative in our working methods and in our outputs. That if we are not innovative and adapting well, we will become dinosaurs. So there is a changed environment, We need new business models. We need to adapt technology that is emerging in a way that it will serve us, and not us just being servants of emerging technology. But as we do that, technologies must be developed in a way that they have data protection by default and by design. Do not adopt technology for the sake of it if it's going to be used to be so intrusive to violate the rights of the others. Then number 3, an emerging thing is that we need a multi-stakeholder approach to advocacy. That the state needs us. Yeah, the state needs us. And I say this because I was among the teams that led an Africa-led delegation to have the world adopt the Universal Day on Access to Information. It was an Africa-led process, and our states were happy to say, we are leading on this. So we were helping our governments to say access to information is a good thing. Similarly, we can get people in government to help us in changing some of the archaic laws. And ironically, the penal codes in all African countries are as inherited from the colonizer. It is ironic that we fought for independence, Bwana Waziri, from Zimbabwe. And the penal code of Zimbabwe and Kenya and Uganda and Rwanda were what colonizers left. Yet we were fighting saying their laws were bad. Today we implement them and want to say we are implementing the law. Whose law? So let's all understand, whether you are a regulator or you are a policy maker or you are a user of those laws, that certain archaic laws must be repealed and replaced with laws that are in conformity with our times. And doing such advocacy would allow us to have administrative codes, have policies and laws that are helpful to help us move forward. If we are all working together, and I appreciate, in Zimbabwe today there are discussions, civil society, the government, media. A few years ago, I was there for civil society engagement, and I needed to run and hide in Mashingo. That's where we held our meeting, far away from Harare, because if Harare got to know civil society were meeting, then we were minced meat. Similar to Tanzania, there is now room for a bit more of engagement with the state. And so to Kenya, that Professor Kisiangani was a bit agitated today is a good thing. He was agitated in our meeting, meaning he was engaging with us. He is reachable. How do we turn a few of those things he pointed out? Because on some, we fell short of the professional standards. But in others, it is him who's saying, why are you saying your dad is naked? Wouldn't you just ask the dad to stand up and nobody will see him naked? Because sometimes, yes, as a good son, you don't want to your father seen naked, but if he's run to the market and everybody knows you as the son, the best thing you can do is to avoid going to the market for some time. So I want to thank you. Those are the closing remarks. And the last part is, let us embrace formal dispute resolution mechanisms. Each of our media houses should develop a complaint system where people can genuinely feel you can resolve a complaint when it comes through. If that is not there, let's embrace sector-wide mechanisms, and people would be listened to. We will apologize, we will engage, and occasionally we will be reprimanded because we are human beings and we are fallible. There is none of us who can say, I can't do a mistake. So when you do a genuine mistake, accept it and move on, as opposed to being belligerent. So feel happy. It is sad that a few journalists are still in jail, or those who've been killed on the continent. We haven't had sufficient mechanisms to redress what has happened. But let us all remember, if we have to build a foundation for all other rights, then we must begin by respecting freedom of expression. So kuunda mstakabali wa haki, uhuru wa kujieleza, ni lazima uwe kichocheo wa haki zingine zote. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. As we get the vote of thanks, please remember to have your comments on what stood out for you during the summit Any improvements, anything that we need to work on? What stood out for you? Over to you, Bwana Victor Bwire.
On behalf of myself, my family, the Media Council of Kenya where I work, the ministry that supports this event, the government of Kenya, colleagues from the Media Council that worked around putting this event together. You obviously know having such an event together takes quite some time. It's very involving, and tomorrow we have another event of a similar nature in the same hotel in the evening. So colleagues led by obviously Dina Ondari, you could stand up and wave, as they say. Salimia watu yako, salimia watu yako. That's our manager, Press Freedom, who and Advocacy, who these programs is domiciled. Obviously Leo Mutisia, research planning and strategy. I know quite a number. Jerry Abuga, public communication, and your team, Lorraine, the other colleagues, the regional coordinators. I know Karanja from Meru Regional Office, Teddy from Kisumu, Maureen Moody from Mombasa, and Mecha from Nakuru. We have 4 regional offices. They joined us together, obviously, to bring Gatuzi in Nairobi. Our partners, obviously led by our colleagues, ITP. ITP is a big name, international training program that has been working to train leaders in the media sector largely and civil society about change programs, about thinking about how we improve the things we are discussing today here. But under the bigger program, there's NIRAS, there is FOIO, there is international media support as independent institutions that came together to work on that. So we appreciate you in your collegial and individual capacity for the work you have done and supported this thinking and this forum. They have even provided us with books. Those of you who have been talking about media regulation and content, there are books there that we have been provided for, very rich materials, up to date, very current. Please use them to read, not just to watch a jiko peke yake, tafadhali. There is a lot of knowledge in those books, especially on media regulation. And media regulation is something that every country is discussing. There's no, like I mentioned. So colleagues from Zambia, Zimbabwe, colleagues from Uganda, and Kenya ourselves, we are. While Uganda has 2 media councils, one independent, one statutory. Kenya has 1 statutory. Zambia is working on something, Zimbabwe is working on something. So each of us is trying to do what is the best to regulate the media. The most important thing is that we must regulate the media. How we do it perfectly, we are learning from each of the institutions. So I'll go to EU. The ambassador was here in a big way, supported the event. UNESCO, regional office, again, a big time, supported the event. And those of you who are interested in some of these current debates, around the 6th to 9th of June, we are holding the regional conference on artificial intelligence in Kenya. It will bring together, again, a discussion from the region, and it will be supported by the same of the people. So, again, those of you who have interest in discussions, but also if you have interest in taking tea and selfies, you can also come, because we also want such people. But largely, there will be that discussion on artificial intelligence for the region. Obviously, our colleagues, the National Health Insurance Fund has been very vocal in pushing the issue of universal access to health as a human right, and that's why they are supporting this. How can journalists report on the universal access to as a human rights issue? So, Communication Authority of Kenya, obviously, are partners. Transparency International, big-time partners in the issues of gender, accountability, and transparency, both in the media. Katiba Institute, again, Kevin Mabonga, Wanzara. Yes, again, we appreciate the support from Katiba Institute. MultiChoice, again, one of our partners, largely interested in issues around sports journalism and the rest. So they are also supported, because tomorrow's event, there will be a big team that has won in the Sports Journalists Award. So again, we appreciate them. Huawei, again, Kenya is big now on, we have even now a ministry for digital economy, see? Whether we are digitally there or we have money, that's a different thing, but we have a ministry for digital economy. So Huawei is very interested in issues around technology, digital economy, and ICT development. So they in a big way supported this event. I think largely Kenya Commercial Bank, again, gradually we are seeing some challenges in financial and business reporting as a bit. And while the global financial crisis is happening, while countries are competing obviously within the regions, within a country, at what level are journalists reporting on financial business matters in a way that they can make their countries attractive for direct foreign investment, for businesses, and the rest. So KCB, Kenya Commercial Bank, is very interested, and they are supporting some work and training for journalists on business and financial reporting. So that's why they are part of this. Away from that, our editors from the Kenya Editors Guild and from individual editors, I can see my friend Paul Ilado, the content head at Radio Africa Group, and your colleagues. Again, we appreciate having stayed here. I can see Peter Opondo, who for many time writes very well, and we rarely see him, but we appreciate that he gave time to come and moderate one of the most interesting sessions. Our commissioners, led by the chairman and Henry and Duma again. Henry, like he mentioned, was the founder of Article 19, Eastern Africa. He had worked there for quite some time. We used to run Article 19, the two of us, and we were running 10 countries with him. And people would think that we are all over the country, but at that time we had the energy. But now, having taken Chang'an for some time, the energy is not there. So we are aging. But again, we appreciate a lot Waziri, and you can appreciate the minister. He has been here, listening and picking notes. If it were other people, they would be even making calls to themselves or making police calling me. But we appreciate that you took your time and you have listened. And hopefully some of the discussions here will find their way in the work you are doing in Zimbabwe, especially on the media-related work. Ajuang, you obviously know you bring us Mrs. President. Yes, that's media focus for Africa. Again, people we work with closely. Obviously, the president for the East African Press Councils, Kajubi, who is also the director, executive director for Media Council of Tanzania. We appreciate again you having found a way. One of the work the Media Council of Tanzania has helped us is to utilize the East African Court of Justice in Arusha. That they have taken their very serious cases that relate to press freedom and access to communication. And a lot of serious judgments have been made in that court, which if some of our countries were borrowing and learning, it will be very progressive. They're very progressive. So we appreciate you in that manner. Obviously, Bichachi and Peter Mwaura, the idea of public editors is a discussion we've had for many years, and the fact that you have served there is an indication. And having shared with us what you are going through as internal public editors, we appreciate. And the students here, those of you, some of us who have been teaching, when we see students who can sit in a class like this one for a whole day, other than the breaks with the coffee and tea, and they are here, we appreciate. We hope you use the energy. Nobody will tell you that journalism has no future. Watu wasikudanganye, hiyo ni pepo ya Ezekiel pastor huko wachana. Journalism has a very bright future. It just depends on which journalism you want to practice and where you want to go. But it's a very bright future. So please concentrate and be professional, and all is there. Just know what to do, who to speak to, and get mentored. And the future is journalism for some of us. We have no other business we can do. Prof, again, we appreciate that presentation. The issue of content moderation, again, we have seen, is the current debate that we must discuss and see, and your nuances around that have been very helpful for those of you who are reading and writing about content moderation. I'm sure John Okande and our colleagues at CON19 here in the program we are running on, we formed a coalition on freedom of expression and content regulation. And we have borrowed a lot from the discussion. When we were in Paris a few months ago, we were at the stars when we were talking about how Kenya is working on content. Now, when you are speaking, we disappeared, all of us, because those ideas you are bringing are very good. So other than that, our team, our event organizer, and your team, the cameras, we hope we'll see the photos. Sometimes we take a lot of photos, we smile here, but we never see the photo. So make sure that we see the photo, please. The technical team, we appreciate you. Wonderful work. Those of us who have been following online, it has been wonderful. You have done a wonderful job and continue doing that. And the hotel staff, I think, have been wonderful. Sure. Much as the food was not enough, but at least they have managed. We had booked for 120, but when it became 200, the food was not enough. But again, I thank you that you accepted to share with others so that others do not go home hungry. So again, I think with that, then I want to formally then thank you so much and appreciate our sign interpreters. Again, much appreciation, and we appreciate a lot for the work, wonderful work you have done. Obviously, some of us who have been just throwing gestures around without knowing what they mean, we have learned a lot. So again, we want to appreciate that a lot. So colleagues, I'm sure there's a cup of tea. Dinner, is there dinner? Sorry. I'm told tomorrow is dinner, so today I think we just take the light snack and help ourselves. And then tomorrow we are promising you a serious dinner. Tomorrow, don't even attempt to eat lunch and come empty. Kuja, then we see how we'll do that. But I know the ITP colleagues, as a lot of our other small discussions are going on. Please make sure you get contacts. Some of the speakers who have been here, moderators, for further engagement. As you noticed, the time was very short for an elaborate. Some of these topics need a lot of time for discussion. So pick and continue engaging on Twitter, on Instagram, or wherever, and then we see how to continue. So, and the other thing, obviously, Okay. For the ITP colleagues and the rest, I know there will be invitation cards for the dinner, just to make sure that we take care of the people we calculated so that the people eat well, because most of the time is eating, it's nothing much. So Leo has some cards, and a few of the partners here, we know there's a way we are giving those cards for the partners. But so please, Leo, organize for our colleagues so that they get the cards. The cloth, they say is what? At White Party. If those of you have heard about White Party, please. If you have not heard, like some of us have tried to Google, I can't help myself. I just put on a white shirt. So, but the instruction is White Party. Those of you who understand, please. I'm a villager, so some of those things are. But make sure white tie. A white tie. Okay. So white tie. Yes, please. Thank you. I'm a villager from Budalang, so some of these things are strangers to me. So make sure, but if you don't have, don't kill, don't steal. Yes, if you can't get it, because it's quite expensive, what I've been told. But please try. Other than that, please enjoy your evening, take care of yourselves, and again, obviously monitor the situations. Our guests from outside, most of you are staying here, so you are safe. Tomorrow, we don't know those things will happen. Let's see how things happen. But we are starting exactly at 6 tomorrow. Those of you who have interest to come, we have changed the arrangement of the party. We'll start with the awards before we go to dinner, so that the people who stay in neighboring counties can leave and go home. And our colleagues who are traveling out of Nairobi tomorrow from other countries. So please take time. Make sure you take tea. It's outside there. You can even carry home something. But don't carry if your partner will ask you where you took it from. So again, you must do risk analysis. So good evening, take care of yourself, and be blessed, all of you.